as well. I'm sending greetings now, especially to India, California, the University of Sydney, and other places where this conference is taking place. But this is a ever-young university, despite being 800 years old. And it's particularly noteworthy that they would be putting their foot into hybrid conferences with electronics the way it is. Now, I obviously, and I'm Paul Rich, the president of the Policy Studies Organization. We have 5 rooms today, as you know, with hookups around the world, TV and everything. And of course, the videos today will be used in teaching curriculum and online, something that's growingly important. I have to thank the wonderful people here at the exam school and at the Oxford Internet Institute, which is certainly probably the best place in the world for studying the internet, and the American Public University, which is reaching around 80,000 Canadian and American servicemen in places like Greenland and Germany and in the Pacific. American Public is an enormously interesting operation of an online university serving all kinds of people with all kinds of activity. And it's well worth looking at, the American Public University system. And I also want to thank the Next Century Foundation, which has been a partner with us and extends itself everywhere. In particular, I have to thank Daniel Gutierrez, who is the executive director of the Policy Studies Association. He is really Mr. Policy Studies, and he is responsible for all kinds of activity everywhere, and for the communications, which, as you can gather, are going out all over the world. And that's complex when you've got 5 rooms and are trying to do that. I also thank Wiley, our publishers, who will be here later today, and in particular, the University of Sydney, where we have our journal, Internet and Policy, and they have a conference, which is also online, every autumn, reaching the Pacific and places like Japan and New Zealand. So it's really good to see some faces here that we haven't seen in several years, and to step forward and do this again and get started. And I'm already looking towards 2024, and as we get into this and learn how to do hybrid, how we can do it effectively, and we need your input. We need you to tell us what you like and what you don't like about hybrid conferences, whether you like the idea of these 5 studios and these rooms. We want to hear from you. I feel a little nostalgic because several people who used to meet with us have passed on because of the virus. And I've already spoken at memorial services for them. It hasn't been an easy ride, and I don't think we're out of it yet. But at least I applaud you for being here, and I think we've got to pick up and carry on. We can't be paralyzed forever by the implications of this disease. So now I greet you and I welcome you, and on your way to the 5, dare I call them studios, grab some food.
from the Erasmus University Rotterdam, and we'll also be joined by Dohoya Sinders, who is an innovation counselor for India at the Dutch Embassy in New Delhi, India. At the end of the session, we'll take a couple of questions, both remote and in person, so we'll come run the mics to you. Thank you.
Let me see how this all works. Well, good morning, everybody here in the room and also the onlookers worldwide online. My name is Evert-Jan Mulder, and I will be the first presenter on this wonderful conference. I'm really honored to be invited by this conference. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'd like to talk with you about multi-level governance. And what we did, and if I talk about we, I will introduce my co-presenter later. He will be joining us from Delhi, if everything with the technology works well. But I want to talk with you about multi-level governance, and we have a metaphor when it comes to the implementation of multi-level governance. And I don't know if you know this game, the telephone game. If one person whispers a message into the ear of another and this person continues to the other, and well, then it's always interesting what is the result and how does it relate to the original message. And you often find out that there is a totally different result than the original message due to miscommunication, different interpretations, etc. We used this metaphor for some lessons learned about the implication and the implementation of e-government in a multi-level governance setting. And talking about settings, well, for you, this is all not new, but for me, I'm walking around here in the Oxford premises, and I found a quote of the famous poet and writer, Mr. William Butler Yeats, and, well, you can read it. He thinks the place is so beautiful, one almost expects the people to sing instead of speaking here. It's like an opera. But with your permission, I keep to speaking instead of singing. And I think also my co-presenter, which I saw in the corner of the PowerPoint, will agree with that. Okay. There he is. I already introduced myself a little bit. My name is Evert-Jan Mulder, but I'm affiliated with the Erasmus University in Rotterdam, but also an independent consultant for public sector digital transformation in the Netherlands. And my co-presenter is Dohoya Sinders, who is joining us from Delhi, India, where Dohoya works as an innovation counselor for the Dutch Embassy. Dohoya, perhaps you can say a short hello to the audience.
Yes, thank you, Evert-Jan. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Well, thank you. Namaste, everybody from India. I used to work together with Evert-Jan on all kinds of matters of public information management within the Dutch government. But now, indeed, I'm the Science and Innovation Counselor for the Netherlands government here in India. I would have loved to have been there. It looks like a beautiful place. Hear the people singing, but the G20 meetings here are keeping me busy. Actually, also a forum in which we're discussing technology, digitalization, and also multi-level governance. But that said, really glad to participate digitally.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. A short look at the agenda I want to discuss with you. First, a few words on multi-level governance, especially for those who are not familiar with the concept. Then we will talk a little bit about the research we did, and last but not least, of course, some conclusions and recommendations. Okay, multi-level governance. It's a broad concept, but in essence, it's about dispersion of power and authority between different levels of government, national, supranational, but also regional and local. And it's not only about dispersion of power in between levels of government, but also with private actors and civil society. So from a perspective of government, it's upwards and downwards, but also sideways. This is a definition which we took from Daniel and Kay, Australian researchers, and there is not much discussion about it. However, when it comes to designing and implementing multi-level governance systems, there is a lot of discussion because it's difficult to find the right fit for different contexts and for different policies issues. And I think what we discuss with you, the case we discuss with you, will illustrate this. A little about the background of the concept of multi-level governance, because I already referred to Australian researchers, but in Europe, the concept is very much related to the development of the European Union. In 1992, the Treaty of Maastricht was signed, and that marked the start of the European Union. Before that, we talked about a European economic community, but since then we have the Union, which has more power and authority not only on the economic field, but also in foreign policy and police and justice sectors. So the concept of multi-level governance is in Europe very much related to the foundation of the European Union, where national governments found themselves not only dealing with regional and local authorities, but also with this new actor, the European Union. And in the EU literature, the EU is often described as an institution sui generis, a very special one, because it's different than other international organizations like NATO or the UN or OECD, because it has all these powers. Okay, so far for the concept of multi-level governance. Let's introduce our study and the research we did. As Doja already explained, we are both from the field of e-government. We were working in e-government in the Netherlands. And we were assigned by and working for the province of North Brabant. I will introduce that later to you. And they were dealing with a directive from the European Union, and that had to be implemented. So this was a good opportunity for us to research the implementation of a supranational idea at a regional and subnational level. And why was it in particular interesting for us? Because e-government, and I think most people in this room will agree, is by far and mostly a national affair. You have national plans, national programs. E-government is a national thing, at least when we look at it in Europe. And here comes the European Union with all kinds of ideas and policies on the field of e-government. And one of them, and that was the trigger for our research, was the Services Directive. So our research question was more or less how to deliver public value by implementing e-government in the multi-level setting, and the case was the EU Services Directive. For those who don't know what the Services Directive was, although the UK was still part of the EU at that time, EU Services Directive is a directive that tries to promote a cross-border business in Europe. In theory, the European Union is based on 4 pillars: free flow of goods, capital, people, and services. But that's the theory. In practice, you see a lot of legal and technical barriers. And in the discussion about the Services Directive in the Netherlands, there was this example of a Polish plumber who wanted to do business in the Netherlands, but he was situated in Krakow, and how could he start his business in the Netherlands, where there were very found of Polish plumbers at that time, because we did a lot of reconstruction in our houses. So there had to be something that would make it easy for this Polish plumber to do his business cross-border. So the idea, and this was part of the Services Directive, which also addressed other issues for improving cross-border services. But one of the issues in this directive was the introduction of a point of single contact. And this point of single contact, in the context of the Netherlands, was implemented by setting up a message box in the national government's business portal. And the idea was that all kinds of subnational authorities, provinces, but also municipalities, would connect to this message box, and for an enterprise, either Dutch or a European, they only had to go to this message box to find and deal with the formalities of the government. Here you get the idea of the point of single contact, and well, I think it speaks for itself. Imagine the Polish plumber as the enterprise in the old situation. From Krakow, he had to find his way to, well, in the Netherlands we have 1,600 government institutions, so he had to find his way amongst these 1,600. In the new situation, he only had to go to this point of single contact, where he could select his particular municipality, where he would start his business and deal with the formalities of that government agency. So that was the idea of the point of single contact. A few words where we did our research. Well, you all know, hopefully, where the Netherlands is located, and we are on the other side of the North Sea from here. And we did this research for the province of Noord-Brabant. And Noord-Brabant is one of the 12 provinces in the Netherlands, almost 2.5 million inhabitants. And there are 67 municipalities. And this area is a rather rural area with a few cities. And these few cities, well, there is a very famous innovation ecosystem located, perhaps you've heard of it, Brainport. A company, a high-tech company like ASML, world leader in semiconductors, is located over there. And this company plays a role in the contest between the US and China when it comes to technical hegemony. So there is a lot going on, and also this province saw the EU Services Directive as a initiative where they could be and show that they were a front runner, because they really liked also as a government to be innovative in the field of e-government. That's why they wanted to implement this Services Directive early and in the right way. So, just to summarize our case, we had the EU Services Directive at the supranational level of Brussels. That was the idea, was the decision taken. This decision was brought to the national government in the Netherlands. They had to do the transposition of the legislation, but they also had to implement in a technical way this point of single contact by way of a message box in the national government business portal. And last but not least, subnational authorities like provinces, but also municipalities, had to implement this and had to connect to this message box. In the middle is the user, in this case, the enterprise, the Polish plumber, which had to use this facility to get his public value. Okay, a few words about methodology, because I see there are a lot of researchers also in the room. We used three types of methods. We did mystery shopping, which I will tell a little bit about later. And we did interviews, semi-structured interviews by telephone with those municipalities who connected to this message box. And we asked them if they connected, and if not, what was the problem, all these kinds of questions. And we had some open interviews. We went to several of these municipalities also to see how this message box was working. And so it was not only tell me, but also show me. And these people gave a very good insight in what their deal was with this message box. About the mystery shopping, and perhaps Doya, I don't know if you can get into the presentation.
Yes, of course.
Perhaps you can, because...
Yeah, I think on the mystery shopping, for us it was really important to not only hear opinions about what people thought about the message box, but also to have direct insight in, oh, I like it how I'm moving there, how the system worked. So not only from hearsay, but we wanted to see directly how the municipalities were reacting to messages. So what we did is we set up a fake company, Filmhuis NL, and we created an account in this message box, and we sent through this account requests to all 67 different municipalities, and it was a request to film in the municipality, and also one with certain specific acts that we knew required special film permits. So we thereby wanted to test very much how they responded, but also if they responded, and I think Evert-Jan will say a little bit more about that. But on the more ethical side of the research, we also beforehand, of course, had a lot of talks with the provincial government about this, how to do this, and if we should do this, and also informed everybody afterwards about the research. And I think it's a good way to test the actual use of such a system. Back to you, Evert-Jan.
Yeah, thank you. So, of course, this was a fake company, and we had to register at the Chamber of Commerce because otherwise it was not possible to send a message as a company to these municipalities. But also because we were acting on behalf of the province of North Brabant, which were of course informed and involved in our research. We had to send a formal letter after 3 weeks to these municipalities to explain we were conducting this research and that the company in fact was fake. But this kind of research gave us a real nice insight in how the municipalities were connected to this message box and how they responded to our request to shoot a film in the municipality. So here you see, we send a request, can we shoot a film, and do we need permits, yes or no? And this is the results we got after through 3 weeks. So the majority, 54%, gave no answer at all. We got a proper answer, though, from 1/3 of the municipalities. 3% of them confirmed that they received our request, and 12% they answered us that we needed to use a different medium to contact them for this question. So, well, if you see this, then it's obvious that there is still a lot of work to do to create this public value for the Polish plumber in Krakow if he wants to connect with Dutch municipalities, because more than half did not use the message box. And of course then it's interesting to see what are reasons for this, more or less rather poor performance. So these are some main results from the interviews we conducted. And what we found out was that, first of all, there was hardly any user participation when the idea of this point of single contact was conducted. And I have to say a little bit more about this, because the EU Services Directive was a really broad package of legislation. And this point of single contact was just one of the minor articles. So there was a lot of discussion about all kinds of other parts of the Services Directive, because there was also in it that this idea of free services and free labor. To put it right, it was also in the Services Directive that to allow the Polish plumber even to do business in the Netherlands. And that was a large part of the political discussion. And the point of single contact facilitated this Polish plumber how to do this business. So a lot of discussion on major legislative issues, but there was hardly any discussion and also user participation if this concept of the point of single contact was even feasible, or if it should work at all or not. That was one of the things we got back from the interviews. Also, and perhaps this was part of the Dutch attitude towards EU policies at that moment, but the EU Services Directive, and in particular the point of single contact, was perceived as, well, let's call it a shotgun implementation. We had to do this from Brussels. That was the idea. And in the Netherlands, especially within the national government, the why of the EU services and the point of single contact was poorly understood. So if that's the attitude at the national government, this also flows to subnational levels. That's not a good message to address. Also, what we found out, because we also looked at some of the other countries, we saw that every country almost had its own interpretation and its own idea of the point of single contact. So, for example, and this, if this Polish plumber was active and tried to do business in several countries in Europe, he had to do business with the Dutch point of single contact, where the German point of single contact had a different setup and design, and the Austrian also a different one, and etc. So there was not a uniformed way of implementing points of single contact in Europe. So you could ask yourself questions about the public value for a business that wanted to conduct business in several countries. I already said something about the shotgun implementation attitude at the national level, but it also, if you looked at the subnational level, at the level of the municipalities, well, and also we heard it in our interviews, there was a real poor organizational implementation. Well, perhaps to put it a little bit black and white, but the implementation of this point of single contact was just a technical switch of connecting municipalities to this national message box. Well, if they switch me on to a new system and don't tell me how to use it and why to use it, well, you know what to expect. But that was more or less what happened. And then, of course, you can set up a facility like a message box, but imagine there are at this moment 350 municipalities in the whole of the Netherlands. At that time, I think we had 500 municipalities, but we have a continuous process of reorganizing and fusions of municipalities. So if you look for a municipality A, but that change into another municipality for an enterprise, it was really hard to find this if the maintenance of the facility was not done in a correct way. And that was something we observed, and that is, of course, not the correct way. Last but not least, I think a point of attention was that there was hardly any marketing of the existence of the point of single contact to enterprises, not even to Dutch companies, and also not to European countries or European companies. So hardly anyone knew of the existence of the facility. And a few years later, we talked to the people who worked with the point of single contact, and the traffic was still really slow on this facility. So they even said you can better hire a taxi to go from Krakow to send the messages to the Netherlands than install this message box, because in the end it was a rather costly thing. Okay, main conclusion. Well, we started with the telephone game, and that's also something we want to end with when it comes to the conclusion, because what we observed was that implementing e-services in a multi-level governance context is something like playing the telephone game. You have an original idea at the level of the Brussels, the supranational level, and when you see what the outcome is at the subnational level, well, it was totally different than the idea than what was originally in the heads of the people in Brussels. We wrote an article Doya and me, we wrote an article for Government Information Quarterly about this case, where you can find all the details about what I just told. So hopefully it's accessible for you to get this article. And of course, then if you look at the whole research and the conclusions, well, what could be recommendations? From our perspective, we would suggest that at the and in multi-level governance terms, that actors should act and interact more closely, and also in a non-hierarchical way with each other. Because the concept of the telephone game also means you go from one shackle to another shackle, and that increases the risks of misinterpretations and miscommunication. But there should be a more holistic approach, and for example, the European Union also should have a closer eye on what is the end result of this whole thing, and interact and intervene if they see that what is the end result was not the original idea. So, and I have to say, fortunately, the EU is stepping up its game in this perspective, because they are now more closely watching what is the end result. And one thing they also do is they switch in their digital strategy from legislation by directives, which leaves room and opportunity to the national governments to implement the concept, to acts and regulations, which are much more strict and are uniform for all the countries to implement. So the fact that you have 27 at that time different interpretations of the point of single contact, they are trying to avoid that situation by switching more from directives to regulations and acts. Another recommendation, at least because most of us are active in a national context if it comes to implementing e-government, but another recommendation from that perspective is that we should pay much more attention to what is happening at the supranational level, and we should integrate those supranational policies much more in our national and subnational programs and plans. Because if you look how the EU is developing with its digital strategy, it's really encompassing. In fact, they are developing a whole digital infrastructure in Europe. And for countries, they really have to pay attention how to connect to this infrastructure to be able to do all kinds of businesses with each other as governments, but also to allow their businesses and their citizens to enjoy the four freedoms of Europe. And, well, when I look at the Netherlands, there is still a way to go. The attitude is different nowadays. We acknowledge the importance of Europe, but we still have to find the ways in a more practical manner how to integrate European policies at the national and the other levels. Well, I'm almost at the end of our presentation. I was really inspired by the Keep Calm posters, so that would be my last shot for you. We still have enough time left to take questions and then start some discussion.
it's my understanding that there's a very small number of German-speaking people,
Yes.
but that there's a greater number that apparently speak a language that precedes Dutch. For some reason, a lot of airline pilots from the Netherlands speak it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
It's a very ancient language which has a very firm conviction of its antecedents. Did you run into that? What am I aiming at? What is that language?
Yeah, well, that language is bad English. What happened is, of course, you have, I think, in Brussels, they have translators for 23 different languages. So all legislation is translated in 23 official languages for all the countries of Europe. And of course, it was not feasible for every single country and point of single contact to offer services in 23 or 22 different languages to other countries. So, well, it was more or less agreed upon that English would be the language to translate the point of single contact information and formalities to. So the Polish plumber, if he wanted to do business in the Netherlands, well, he had to understand some English to find his way through the point of single contact, because it was not in Polish language, and it was also not in Greek. We did it in English. Yeah. Is that an answer to your?
Well, that's a partial answer. In constructing things like a hybrid conference that's going to India, where there are 870 languages, or there are places like Canada where language is a very, very alive political issue.
Yeah.
And looking at your model, and I was trying to think of using some great insights you had today in the United States. We have, for example, several million indigenous people who are asserting their language rights. Did you come to terms with it? Did you try to fight your way through with it?
Yeah, but more or less in Europe, because we also had discussions, what are official languages? Because is Gaelic, which is spoken only by a small part of the people, is it an official language? Yes, it is now in the translation of the European Union. So this discussion, what is a formal language and which language do you need to address in official publications and facilities, it was decided upon at the level of the EU. And for example, in the Netherlands, we have also the Frisian language, which is spoken by some in a northern province of the Netherlands. But the Dutch government does not address that language in particular. It's in plain Dutch and not in Frisian. Although some of the municipality plates, if you enter a municipality, it's also in Frisian. That's okay, but does that address? And I think this, or perhaps Doya, who is working in India, perhaps you can add some words to this discussion.
Yeah, I think if we bring it back to the message box, and what we see is there that the policy, of course, is very centralized from Brussels, but then actually the operationalization and the implementation was decentralized. And I think also one of the takeaways for me, at least, is that decentralization that is necessary where it's possible, but a lot of the discussion and even the implementation phase and the operationalization phase has to be also centralized partially, because you cannot have the member states themselves deciding what are the official languages of their IT application. This has to be a central discussion. And I think also there were one or two systems that were making it only in their own language because it was also had a big national use. So I think that is also the outcome of our study. Even in the design phase of the IT tools, there has to be a lot of communication with a lot of stakeholder input from all regions to make it an equitable, fair, and also effective tool.
Thank you. Yeah, gives a little bit more perspective on this issue, which is a very difficult one to tackle, especially in the digital world, of course. Yeah. Other questions? Do we have online questions? Huh?
Thank you very much for your great presentation. And actually, when you mentioned about 3 levels of government, I reflected my experience in Burma, called Myanmar, and we have got these problems because whether we have to adopt the ASEAN level strategy as a supranational strategy for the digitalization, as well as whether we should focus on the national strategy. But sometimes we have got some problems by the subnational bodies as a challenge to centralization if we design the digital trade infrastructure, for example, and also when we design the one-stop services by integrating all the bodies, but we have faced the same problem like yours in Netherlands, like the kind of no national marketing, and then different public values, and then different IT system and poor coordination. So maybe my question is, which level should we focus as a priority? Thank you very much.
Okay, that's an interesting question. Yeah, well, digitalization, of course, makes borders and different levels of governments more transparent, and you have the idea of, for a user, it's one system. It doesn't matter if it's the central government behind the system or the municipality. I think in the end, you should look at what is the end user value and how does he perceive what he gets or what he doesn't get. And the governments behind it should play their role and find their different role, because I think all kinds of governments, different level, have a role in creating this value for this end user. So I think it's difficult to say that there is one government in particular. No, I think it has to be an interplay of different governments where they have different roles. Because, to my opinion, a national government, of course, has more coordination and a broader view on things, where a municipality has more to do with the actual service delivery and feedback loops and all these kind of things. So my answer would be, it should be an interplay of different governments, keeping the value, the delivery value for the end user at front, and everybody has its own role in this interplay. Yeah. Okay.
much for your talk. And we can start with the next session in a few minutes, so feel free to grab a snack or some tea or coffee. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Moya,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
and they'll be speaking on the neo-regulation of internet platforms, the British model reconsidered. Giving the floor to you.
Thank you. It's the, okay, oops. Okay. Right. Well, thank you very much for asking me to speak. It's a pleasure to be back here at my old university. The last time I was in this hall, I was taking my finals, and I'm just trying to cope with the trauma of revisiting the scene of the crime. Anyway, I'd like to reflect today on UK developments in internet regulation and to put them in an international geopolitical context. This work is part of a longer-term research project on platform regulation I'm conducting with colleagues at the Create Centre at the University of Glasgow. I've prepared some extremely minimalist slides to accompany this talk, but I think they're necessary because there are just so many acronyms, agencies, and so much legislation referred to that I'd just like to make things as clear as possible. Now, let me see. Oh, it doesn't. I need to get the sequence right here. Just next. Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be right. Okay. Digital platforms have been subject to a regulatory turn, a tech-lash reappraisal of the scope and nature of regulation in the era of digital dominance. There's been a focus internationally on competition and online safety. Taking readily comparable cases, there's been regulatory activism in Australia, Canada, the USA, the UK, and the European Union, both at the union level and notably in France and Germany. The big-ticket EU intervention has been the passage of two acts, the Digital Markets Act, which addresses gatekeepers most prone to unfair business practices, and the Digital Services Act, which addresses very large online platforms considered to be systemic. My colleague in this session, Terry Flew, has argued that present trends are heading towards a regulated internet. Arguably, there's now an international repertoire of policy measures across a number of democratic states. But I'd stress that national political and legal cultures still matter greatly if we're to understand how things work. The state is a classic starting point for comparative analysis. It's a vantage point for addressing how global forces impact on national situations and shape developments, and regulation, I think, fits the bill extremely well. There's a methodological point to be made, which is this: if the state is an illuminating starting point for analysis, that doesn't mean adopting what the sociologist Ulrich Beck has called methodological nationalism, where we're inclined to treat sovereignty as an impermeable boundary. A national firewall or digital sovereignty approach may be a geopolitical and geoeconomic stance, but it's a questionable conceptual one, even in a world that's exhibiting some deglobalizing tendencies in today's polycrisis. The world order intrudes by shaping how the state's defenses are constructed. The national dimension figures large in how regulation is conducted and affects institutional solutions devised within particular states. In our project, we've tracked UK policy developments, used insider accounts, and drawn on key parliamentary evidence-taking. And my account today is that of a political sociologist, but I do also have some recent knowledge of media content regulation from the inside. I worked with the UK communications regulator, the Office of Communications, Ofcom. I chaired its National Advisory Council for Scotland and served on the Content Board. Now, today I'd like to focus on a crystallizing moment in British policymaking, and that's the period when what I've called neo-regulatory approach finally emerged. And we've tracked the regulatory activism reflected in parliamentary hearings and government commission reports. So by early 2020, the frame was set for subsequent developments, and that's what you see here. There really was a bit of a paper chase going on at the time. And I found the label neo-regulation to be useful in describing two features of the British landscape. First, it captures how policy making is trying to address the range and scope of platforms' activity. In the UK, this is clustered under two big portfolios: online safety on the one hand and competition and innovation on the other. Second, British neo-regulation is part of Brexit, a dimension of the country's, I put this in quote, global British nationalist turn since it left the European Union. The government's supposed vision is summed up in what's known as the Integrated Review of Security, Defence, Development and Foreign Policy, which was published in March 2021. There you see, is the sun setting or is the sun rising? I'm not quite sure. It depends on how you position yourself. The UK government envisions a national security state which guards the digital space. Digital security and national security are closely intertwined. The state is seen as engaged in the competition for global digital market dominance. I mean, just read it, that's all. And diplomatic influence. Regulatory diplomacy is to be used to influence the rules, norms, and standards governing technology and the digital economy. I'm just quoting. And this influence is seen as an exercise of soft power. Critical national infrastructure is a key asset to be defended, and this includes cybersecurity. The geopolitical role of non-state actors, not least large tech companies, is crucial. So, for instance, in January 2020, the UK National Cybersecurity Centre identified Huawei as a high-risk vendor for the planned 5G cellular network upgrade. The UK government decided to remove Huawei as a supplier by 2027 on national security grounds. The government set up the Huawei Cyber Security Evaluation Centre to manage its relations with the tech producer. In this arrangement, the National Cyber Security Centre, part of the intelligence service, acts for the government. This was not an isolated event. In November 2022, the government blocked the purchase of a UK semiconductor producer. This company would have come under full control of Nexperia, a subsidiary of the partly Chinese state-owned company WingTech. National security grounds were invoked under the new Security and Investment Act 2022. National security is not rigorously defined, and I'll return to this point. The use of national security, of course, could legitimize decisions that relate to industrial policy. And I think that the security aspect of platform regulatory space needs more attention, both theoretically and empirically, and I've just really begun to work on this. Both government-commissioned inquiries and task forces have resulted in a stronger focus on regulatory capacity in the UK. There's quite a lot of regulators, and that's not all of them in the UK. And the regulators are sort of emerging, at regular intervals, it could be said. This is how the regulatory landscape looked when we were doing our study. And you note the hierarchy of bodies. Interestingly, Ofcom and the CMA were being mentioned in all of these government reports, the ICO, and then as you go down, you find this one here, which I'm going to come to in a moment, and then all of these other bodies here are if you like, part of the story, but not central to the attention on what is going on in the regulatory process. So the key line of development, well, and then I should just look at the areas of law that were covered. It's a kind of slightly dangerous position to be in here. I might topple. Whoops. Yes, so we've got, these are the areas of law which are, again, quite unevenly covered in the way in which the field was being assessed by these various inquiries and government reports and task forces and so on. So what you can see over a period of 18 months or 2 years is increasing concentration on the problem of regulation, where it is situated, and what kinds of consideration come into play, legal considerations not, being pretty central to that. Now, one key line of development is the Online Safety Bill, which is presently proceeding through the UK Parliament after a long delay due to political turbulence in the Conservative government. Reorientation to platforms has had an effect on the regulatory landscape. The key media and communications regulator, Ofcom, is extending its already huge range of competencies to major internet platforms. If online safety dominates the headlines, most new regulatory thinking has actually centered on competition. In 2019, the Harvard economist Jason Furman headed a review of digital regulation. A pro-competition regime was proposed for the most significant digital platforms, those with so-called strategic market status, SMS for short. The targets were Facebook and Google, which jointly dominate advertising, search, and social media use. The pivotal competition regulator, the Competition and Markets Authority, the CMA, steered the digital market strategy, and this led to the creation of a further regulatory body, the Digital Markets Unit, the DMU, which is meant to focus on dominant platforms. A couple of decades ago, the British political scientist Michael Moran analysed what he called the hyper-regulation of the British state, and I think digital regulation exemplifies this process. This new agency, the DMU, was meant to receive statutory status, but that has been delayed. It may be a victim of uncertainty about the place of regulation in the post-Brexit UK. We've had 3 Conservative governments this year, and if you look at their plans, for example, for financial services, you'll see there is a deregulatory current alive. So regulation is in a difficult place in many respects currently in the UK. I'll now turn to regulatory innovation in its institutional aspect. Julie Cohen has argued that the shift from industrial to informational capitalism has brought about major shifts in regulatory practice and its legitimation. She's identified various forms of creative institutional entrepreneurship. Focused on the UK, Cohen demonstrated shifts from traditional administrative law in various areas, including platform regulation. And I think the UK provides another apt illustration of her argument. So here are the key regulators and how they are held accountable. Oh, I'm afraid some of this has not come up. Obviously, I did something wrong, but effectively, yeah. Oh, they are coming up. That's it. Okay. So another. Yeah. I think I've rectified the anomaly, so to speak. Yeah, that's it. Okay, they're all there. So as you see, they occupy different positions. You've got the statutory trio there, and then you've got some, people in the regulatory orbit who are under ministerial supervision. Then you've got other bodies which are corporate because they're actually industrial bodies which have the sanction of the state. Then you've got this charity down here, which also has the sanction of the state. And then you've got this strange body here, which we'll pronounce Stiru, which is really not very clearly accountable in ways that are transparent, one could say. In 2020, the Office of Communications, the Competition and Markets Authority, and the Information Commissioner's Office created a new alliance. All these regulators have a secure statutory status. They report to the Westminster Parliament and they exercise enforcement powers. And they jointly set up something called the Digital Regulators Cooperation Forum, DRCF, and the Financial Conduct Authority joined in 2021. Okay, so that's this new coalition, regulatory coalition that's emerged, which I think exemplifies this idea of institutional entrepreneurship. The idea was to have a coherent approach to regulation by sharing information, and also to inform regulatory policy making, to look ahead and to promote innovation and strengthen international engagement. This was a preemptive approach by regulators to political pressure to set up a single statutory digital authority to oversee the regulatory landscape. And I think this is really an interesting example of administrative invention, but it also fits an established British model known as concurrent regulation, where agencies work together. The DRCF has developed its own secretariat. It has a CEO who is about to depart to Ofcom. It has published papers on algorithmic regulation, and its joint programme of work for 2022-23 includes child protection online, promoting competition and privacy in advertising, supporting improvements in algorithmic transparency, and enabling innovation in the regulated industries. Now, we don't know how well this neo-regulatory arrangement will match platforms' economic, political, and communicative power. The UK government sees platform regulation as a potential asset for its soft power ambitions, and it wants to achieve something called platform regulatory convening power. Delay in statutory reinforcement of the Digital Markets Unit means regulating strategic market status is still to come. This would be broadly comparable to the EU's regulation of gatekeepers and very large platforms. Despite the UK government's distancing from the EU, British regulators still remain very closely connected to their colleagues in the EU, and such informal and formal connections are of immense importance as the development of regulatory policy is inherently an international process. Both the EU and the UK stress ex ante obligations that anticipate and prevent future harm. But the EU proposes quantitative indicators for platform companies to come within the scope of new duties, and the use of codes of conduct is not a key strategy. The UK, by comparison, is pursuing discretionary identification of platforms with strategic market status with respect to digital markets, or it will focus on high-risk status companies with respect to online safety. British regulators have powers to implement codes of conduct or codes of practice in a targeted and responsive manner. Now, I've argued that British neo-regulatory institutional change may draw on Pierre Bourdieu's conceptualization of fields. I don't know if you're familiar with his work. If you're not a sociologist, I guess that you might not be. But it's just worth, this is a kind of a conception of how fields of action operate within society. So for Bourdieu, a field is a separate social universe having its own laws of functioning independent of those of politics and the economy. It may be seen as an autonomous universe, endowed with specific principles of evaluation of practices and works, and specific laws of functioning within the field of power. So the autonomy is conditional, if you like. And if you apply this framework to the world of regulatory agencies, they may be conceived as a crucial part of a distinct relational space. The regulatory field can't escape the shaping forces of politics and economics, both between and within states, even where claims to autonomy are made within a given regime. The field of platform regulatory power ranges from defining the scope of competition in the economy to matters of politics and morals. It is held accountable by the state and parliamentary committees. Now, I'd argue that we should enlarge our conception to include relations between national security bodies, regulators, and key media and platform players, and I'm going to return to this point in a minute. Regulators' relations with the political world do not exhaust the regulatory field. Apart from regulatory bodies, the field also structures relations between regulators and a wide range of stakeholders, the platforms being regulated, various lobbies, expert circles of professionals, academics and think tanks, and the issue-engaged publics that enter this domain from time to time. In the UK, regulators constitute a distinct and often fluctuating organisational field. They have symbolic capital, special authority derived from the state. The British approach is based on a division of labour in a field where subordinate power is exercised, or as Bourdieu terms it, regulators possess a dominated form of power. Each agency can undertake innovation, but it's constrained in how extensive that innovation can be. The patchwork quilt evolution of the UK system means that as well as competing for regulatory space, regulators have also developed cooperative strategies as a mode of survival. The British case is a reference point for comparative analysis. It has potential implications for what the legal analysts John Braithwaite and Peter Drausch call regulatory webs and competitive mechanisms of globalization. The UK's evolving approach reflects pragmatic coordination between multiple agencies' strategies. Instead of a hierarchy of actors under a super-regulator, pragmatic incrementalism is the way that's been chosen. The British regulatory field is subject to a hierarchical principle as agencies depend either on their creation by the state or on the recognition of their claims to relevant competence. In the UK, public agencies, such as regulators, normally exercise powers on what is called an arm's length principle. This is intended to demonstrate their autonomy, usually described as independence from political influences. The claim is symbolically important in the political culture. The agencies at the apex of regulation enjoy the highest level of public consecration, to use Bourdieu's term. British regulators' strategies are of theoretical interest for field theory. The Regulators' Forum is an example of how to organise negotiating power at the national level, and maybe a similar kind of approach will develop elsewhere. Too early to say. The UK's arrangements may be vulnerable to political challenge and unpredictable policy shifts. There are also questions about the effectiveness of competing approaches, such as the EU's. It's too early to say how that's going to play out as well. A transnational regulatory field centred on content, data, competition, and online harms does appear to be emerging so far, but it's not yet taken an institutional form. Now, as I've thought further about these questions, my position has evolved a bit. Our analysis so far has been dominated by overt forms of frontline regulation by bodies authorized by the state. Back to this one again. When we surveyed the key players, these were mostly either bodies established by law, such as the regulators in the DRCF, or industrial bodies authorized by the state to act on its behalf, such as the Advertising Standards Agency, the British Board of Film Classification, and a charitable initiative established by the internet industry, such as the Internet Watch Foundation. Now, one anomalous body appeared in the policy papers we analysed, which I now think is more important than I realised, and that is this one here. Oops. That one there, which is the Counterterrorism Internet Referral Unit, STIRU for short. It's formally part of the Metropolitan Police Service. Its aim is to work with industry and private sector companies to remove illegal content online, both globally and in the UK, content that breaches UK terrorism and counter-terrorism legislation. It focuses on breaches in websites' terms of service. There's really little information on this body given its national security status. It was created in 2010 administratively rather than legislatively. And I conjecture that this body reports to the Home Office, our Ministry of the Interior, which works closely with the Security Service, which has a counter-terrorism and cybersecurity role, and that it also gathers information about communications. There seems to be wide discretion and no significant public accountability. I've come to the conclusion that this really is the tip of the iceberg. I've shown how the National Security and Investment Act has been used to exclude communications technology, and arguably that is also a form of regulation, although we don't normally talk about it in those terms. During the worst days of the pandemic, which is not yet over, the government communications service was managing publicly, or trying to manage publicly available discourse, and this became increasingly apparent. This body is required to deliver an effective national security communication capability as envisaged in the integrated review to which I referred a few minutes ago. The public health crisis, in many respects, has been a democratic crisis. The Government Communications Service used its Rapid Response Unit to rebut false narratives, support the lockdown, and protect the health service. Aside from challenging misinformation in ways that have never been specified, it worked with social media platforms to remove harmful content. Now, is that regulation? It would seem to qualify. We know it happened, but we don't know anything more about it. So this kind of regulation is, in effect, known about, but also covert in terms of how the activity is conducted. In a similar way, a counter-disinformation unit headed by the Department of Digital, Culture, Media and Sport drew on personnel from across the government and the tech sector. Again, during the pandemic, it was set up in March 2020. A parliamentary committee learned that military experts participated in the actions taken. Like STIRU, this unit indicated to platforms that their content breached their own terms and conditions. This kind of operation was previously used during UK and EU election campaigns, and such activity and the possibility of reviving it from time to time really indicates something about the flexible reserve capacity of the British state. The covert approach tells us about the style of intervention in the UK. It's not secret. If it were, I couldn't discuss it or even know about it. But it is discreet, and nothing significant about how it operates is disclosed on national security grounds. It is not unique, although Stiru appears to have pioneered an international model of informal governance. Like the British exemplar, other agencies of this kind of activity have been dubbed Internet Referral Units. The EU has one located within Europol. France has l'Office central de lutte contre la criminalité liée aux technologies de l'information et de la communication, quite a mouthful, which has the acronym OCLETIC, very elegant, and there are other such bodies around and about. Now, for a long-established precedent, I think we should look at the UK's defence or de-notice system established in 1912 to guide the press on security matters. 111 years later, the fundamental system is still in place, with adaptations periodically made to major changes in the printed press, then the arrival of radio, and subsequently television, and now the internet. The framework is called the Defence and Security Media Advisory Committee, with representatives from key government departments and from across the mainstream media. Cybersecurity and counterterrorism are topics on the official agenda, along with intelligence operations and activities and communication methods. So too is critical national infrastructure. The main focus is still on traditional media, but the online world is increasingly on the agenda. Last year, the DSMA, this committee, discussed extending its engagement beyond the main press regulator and beyond that to the communications regulator, Ofcom. Characteristically, this is also described as an arm's-length relationship. The relationship with Ofcom has not yet been established, but the rationale has been expressed very clearly, which is to influence the very largest digital platforms to ensure their algorithms do not amplify articles which may damage national security or increase the risk to people's lives. While in line with the historical approach, notices issued by the committee have no legal standing, it would be interesting to know more about their chilling effect. The D-notice arguably was the prototype for internet referral. National security is not defined by the DSMA and has to be judged contextually in line with the threats being faced. But we are told that it can be taken to refer to the security and well-being of the UK and the system of government, which is a rather all-encompassing conception. Now, if I'm correct in this analysis, how we think about the regulatory field needs to be expanded. The US public policy analyst Milton Muller has articulated the issue very clearly when he points to the tendency to align state sovereignty with the mechanisms of internet governance and policymaking. What Muller calls the national securitization of this field is apparent in the defensive measures taken regarding technology in the UK as elsewhere. It's not that national security measures are absent from the overt regulatory process, but they do not predominate. British statutory regulatory bodies are usually accorded a certain autonomy. They are bodies in the public domain and at the heart of the overt process. The administrative culture of the covert process is strikingly different. Accountability to ministers rather than to Parliament leaves operational matters shrouded in secrecy. For the purposes of demonstrating the differences of practice, I've drawn a sharp contrast between the overt and the covert. But as will be clear, these formally distinct and partly overlapping aspects of the platform regulatory field do articulate with one another, both through informal governance and strategies of counter-information. And I'm now going to conclude. First point, post-Brexit, the UK has been reimagined geopolitically under a succession of Conservative governments as a sovereign national security state. The defence of the realm includes the governance of the digital and the management of cyberspace within the sovereign territory. This is not unique by any means, but an analysis of the regulatory field exposes the particular ways in which this is undertaken. I think it opens the road to an interesting prospect of comparative analysis. Second, Brexit has highlighted the importance of regulation per se as a highly charged political issue. Its reform was central to the political elite project of secession from the EU. At the moment, we're witnessing the process of regulatory de-alignment, which is playing out in the digital arena as elsewhere. The British government's far-reaching deregulatory intentions for financial services are an interesting indication of what might be in store. Third, the neo-regulatory regime has shown agility in response to the digital challenge. Statutory bodies have coalesced using discretionary spaces. It's an interesting question as to whether that would be possible for other jurisdictions, and if so, which. As a soft power move, it has yet to pay off because the legislative basis for combined digital regulation is still an unfinished story. Fourth, I've tried to show how both overt and covert forms of regulation are in play in ways that enlarge the dominant story, which is focused on online safety and competition. It's not a secret, but it's part of the background noise of state operations and largely out of public view. Granted that national securitization is ubiquitous, in what I've argued, I've sought to reveal some of the particularity of British political culture and how this evades the demands of strict accountability. That's it. Thank you.
For the presentation. We'll be saving the questions for the rest, for the end of the session because we have our next presenter. Professor Terry Flew is joining us from the University of Sydney, and they'll be presenting on mediated trust, ideas, interest, institutions, futures. Handing it over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very, very honoured to be an invited participant for this prestigious forum, and my one regret is that I can't be with you there this morning. Now, I'll just take a moment just to bring up my slides. So I should say at the outset that these have been topic areas that Philip Schlesinger and I have been discussing over a period of time, and I hope that you'll find some synchronicity between our presentations. Okay, before beginning, I would like to acknowledge the traditions of custodianship and law of the countries on which the University of Sydney campuses stand, and pay respects to those elders past, present and emerging who have cared for and continue to care for country. There has been a resurgence of interest in recent years in setting policies for the operations of digital platforms, as Philip's presentation has noted. Amidst arguments that we're now in an era of the platform economy or platform society, legislators, policymakers, regulators, activists, and other companies, particularly traditional media companies, began to clamour for investigations into the power of digital platforms and their economic, social, political and cultural impacts. After a long period where the largest tech companies tended to ignore demands for greater accountability.
Sorry to interrupt you, Professor Flew. The screen isn't being shared properly. Could we please request you to just stop sharing and start it again?
Okay.
We can only see a section of the screen.
All right, just a moment. All right, thank you. I can hear that. Does that work better?
Yeah, this is better.
Okay, well, I'll work without the slideshow.
Thank you.
Okay, pleasure. So there's been a proliferation from the late 2010s of public hearings, reports, discussion papers, and new laws dealing in particular with the largest digital communications platforms, what has come to variously be referred to as the GAMFA or the FANG. It was estimated that as of mid-2021, there are over 100 such public inquiries taking place across different nation states, as well as through supranational entities ranging from the United Nations to the European Union. While one can date various formative moments and public shocks that were drivers of these developments, leading to what The Economist has termed the global techlash, events of note included, I think the election of Donald Trump as US president in 2016 was very important to shifting the parameters of discussion around the internet and digital platforms, particularly with regards to the proliferation of online fake news and questions of Russian and other electoral interference. Of course, the Cambridge Analytica data scandal revealed to The Guardian by whistleblower Christopher Wiley in 2018 was significant. Live streaming at the Christchurch mosque shootings in 2019 on Facebook, and the deplatforming of Trump on Twitter and other social media platforms following the January 6th insurrection. The policy turn has been, as Philip has noted, a global phenomenon, but one with distinct national policy drivers and motivations. While such policies often involve ad hoc responses to particular incidents, the suite of policy measures being adopted is becoming less reactive and more focused on shaping the digital communications landscape. And the rationales for new public policy for digital platforms increasingly go to the heart of questions surrounding the economic, political and communications power of data-driven digital platforms and the size and scale of the technology giants involved and their expansion into ever wider domains. The result has been, as Philip's presentation has noted, the emergence of this sprawling new regulatory field as disparate national policies emerge to regulate global digital platforms. There is, of course, some dialogue and cooperation between different national regulatory agencies responsible for the oversight of such policies, but the drivers are typically national rather than transnational in nature. They're often linked to the electoral cycle in liberal democracies, as proposals to address the power of digital platforms, or big tech as it is sometimes referred to, tend to be popular with voters, often the same voters who use the platforms involved. And the support for such measures often cuts across party political divides. The push for greater nation-state regulation of digital platforms has occurred in the context of a platformisation of the internet and the concentration of control over key functions of the digital economy by a relatively small number of global technology corporations. This is a story with which you would be familiar. Digital platform companies grow through their ability to mediate between users and businesses in multi-sided markets, and platform business models have been combined with what Tarleton Gillespie described as a curated, organised, archived and moderated web through digital platforms, and noting Julie Cohen's observation in 2017 that for most practical purposes, the network of networks is becoming a network of platforms, internet access and user intermediated from beginning to end. Such developments are often erroneously described as marking the shift from an unregulated internet to a regulated one, or taming the wild web. The reality is that policy decisions have always shaped the development of the internet and the evolution of digital platforms. But at the same time, I think it's fair to say that policy decisions made in the early years of the internet tended to promote a situation where, as Haggett and Schult have observed, the main expansion of the global internet unfolded with governments mostly as spectators. So US leadership in matters related to the internet in the 1990s and 2000s were associated with policy ideas around internet governance that became hegemonic internationally, that included the idea of the open internet as a form of US soft power, where the open internet, its existence was taken to be a beacon and a measure of personal freedom, the principle of multi-stakeholder government, and the idea that corporations and civil society actors could and should have equivalent status to nation-state governments in global internet governance and the operations of transnational governance institutions, and with that, a limited role for governments in the regulation of online speech. The contemporary situation, I think, is different, and it's different in the liberal democracies. It would be one thing to note that it's different in one-party and authoritarian states. In some respects, it always has been. But what's notable about the current policy turn is the extent to which it's been coming from within liberal democracies and from political parties of both the right and the left. And I think the contemporary situation is that national legislatures are increasingly insisting on platform accountability, as well as supranational legislatures such as the European Union, that internet governance is increasingly tied to competition between major powers. I'll say more about that later in the presentation. And that the return of sovereignty, if you like, has become itself a driver of platform governance. And so this, what's emerged is this question around what we can call platform power. And platform power, I would argue, has three dimensions. First and most obviously the economic dimension, the concentration of key digital markets in the hands of a relatively small number of players. I won't go through the data for reasons of time, but I'm sure you're familiar with this. Associated with that, gatekeeper power over the distribution of digital content and services by others, noted, for example, by the US House of Representatives Subcommittee on Antitrust Commercial Administrative Law in its 2020 Majority Report, and the dominance of a small number of platform players, most notably Google and Meta, over digital advertising. Second dimension is that of political power, that the largest tech companies have come to be among the biggest spending and most influential lobbyists in the world, particularly in the US, that large digital platform companies have been prepared to act against other national governments in order to protect their interests. A very clear example of that coming from Australia, with Facebook's withdrawal from Australian news sites from the news feeds of its users in February 2021, to pressure the then federal government to withdraw a controversial news media bargaining code. But beyond explicit and deliberate exercises of power, and obviously the tech sector is by no means unique in lobbying and rent-seeking behaviour, is also the substantial gatekeeper power associated with flows of political information and communication occurring through these platforms, including the capacity to amplify or downgrade particular voices. This leads to the third dimension of platform power, which is that of communications power, where the sheer volume of online activity that occurs through a small number of digital platforms, and alongside the relatively opaque manner in which such content is managed, curated and distributed, means that there's been a de facto outsourcing of the monitoring of speech in online environments, what the Yale legal scholar Jack Balkin has referred to as the free speech triangle, which has transformed traditional speech rights debates such as freedom of expression versus public order and other state concerns, with the third group of players, a privately owned infrastructure of digital communications firms. And scholars such as Balkin, Langvard and others have reflected on whether this could be the worst of all possible worlds, dilution of free speech rights without the forms of transparency or legal accountability associated with more traditional forms of content regulation. The challenges of these forms of power are both familiar and new. I think that the concentration of ownership issues have clear parallels in the trust-busting era of the early 20th century, and indeed the manner in which the language of antitrust has returned is, I think, telling. Of course, the question of using media power for political power is by no means unique, as the history of media moguls tells us. And also content regulation and moderation have a long history, but the scale on which it occurs through digital platforms is without precedent. So I think we've had these three eras of internet governance. The first stage, that of the open internet, from the 1990s to the late 2020s, where the focus was primarily upon allowing a global decentralised network to emerge with minimal government interference. And this necessitated an approach to governments that was hands-off to the greatest degree possible, or what Ithiel de Sola-Pool, in his, in many ways, prescient 1983 book, Technologies of Freedom, described as a policy of freedom that would enable the new technologies of freedom to thrive. The second stage, which increasingly shaped the 2010s, was that of the platformised internet, where online access and content was increasingly mediated through a relatively small number of digital platforms, what's been variously referred to as platform capitalism, digital capitalism, data colonialism, and surveillance capitalism. And I think we're heading into a third stage, or we're in a third stage, if you like, where many of the adverse consequences of this second period, along with apparent concentrations of economic, political, and communications power, have set the stage for a third era of the regulated internet, where nation states increasingly seek to develop laws to regulate digital platforms and tame the flows of internet content. So we could picture these in such a way that a classic symbol of the early open internet would be that of Wikipedia. Classic symbols of the platformised internet would be the Cambridge Analytica scandal, or the 2020 Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma. And as I've indicated, I believe we're heading towards an era of the regulated internet. I should say that, if you like, a blind spot of each period, blind spot of the open internet, I think it's quite clear, was political economy and questions that it would matter who owned the platforms on which communications interactions occurred. Of the platformised internet, I use the Greek term akrasia to refer to the concern that others cannot be trusted to look after themselves, if we put it that way, and the surge of concerns about online harms in various ways, shapes, and forms. The challenge of the regulated internet will be that of state capacities, and in particular, the degree in which regulatory activity occurs in a form that's genuine, hands-off, and not politicised. Okay, and Bowers and Zittrain have referred to these three eras as the rights era, the public health era, and the process era, noting that the challenge of the process era, as they refer to it, is around who regulates, how regulation should occur, and what are the workable compromises between competing objectives, particularly those around rights and harms, as well as other emerging considerations. All of this occurs in the context of a crisis of trust. The United Nations Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, has identified a malady of mistrust as being as damaging to global societies as COVID and climate change, as he puts it, a surge of mistrust and misinformation is polarising people and paralysing societies. A breakdown in trust is leading to a breakdown of values. And the rise of populist movements is connected to this. One of my favourite cartoons to capture the populist moment from the New Yorker from 2017, this man standing up and saying, "These smug pilots have lost touch with regular passengers like us. Who thinks I should fly the plane?" The We the People moment. Okay, so there's evidence worldwide of pervasive mistrust of political, media and business institutions. Declining trust in social and political institutions has been associated with populism and political polarisation, public health misinformation, particularly in the COVID context, and citizen disengagement with public institutions. And among the societal costs of rising distrust can be more risk-averse governments, citizen non-compliance with public policy, reduced economic innovation, fraying social cohesion, and weakened legitimacy for political institutions. At the same time, trends in trust can vary over time. There was an interesting phenomenon in Australia and New Zealand, I don't think paralleled in the UK in 2020, where there was an increase in trust in government in the wake of responses to the global COVID-19 pandemic. This trust in government dissipated over time, but it does indicate that it's not simply a one-way street. We also see some interesting trends in terms of news. There's been, I don't think this is widely commented on, this is from the Digital News Report Australia, finding that alongside shifting attitudes towards trust in news, that younger generations are more likely to pay for news than older generations. And I would hypothesise, and I'm part of a study looking at this in more detail, that this is in part around a concern that free news is fake news. And we do note, as would be expected, that the preparedness to pay for news has a positive correlation with education and income. But I think important to note, Generation Y and Generation Z are significantly prepared to pay for news. Now, trust constitutes what's been described as an invisible institution. central to a range of factors identified there. The sociologist Nicholas Luhmann observed that trust is a basic fact of social life. A complete absence of trust would prevent a person from even getting up in the morning. So trust is part of the nature of being social and being part of a complex division of labour and responsibilities. But its embedded and often invisible nature makes its significance difficult to define and measure. As Bernd Blaubaum observed, trust is not visible and is difficult to describe. It exists, so it's tangible, but at the same time, trust remains abstract. I've argued elsewhere, particularly in my 2020 ICA presidential address, that communications is central to trust, although I think we've perhaps underestimated the capacity of communications as a discipline to say something about trust, that it's often been implicit rather than explicit. And I have been undertaking studies of this, referring to various scholarly journals in the communications field and how concepts related to trust have emerged. Obvious examples would include the public sphere and communicative action, but also areas such as agenda setting theory, media influence, the whole literature around post-truth, effective news, media populism and moral panics. I think there's often one of the directions in which this work has been going has been around the notion of mediated trust. And I do want to make the observation that one thing I think communications as a field tells us something about is the limits of fact-checking to deal with misinformation, that the focus on the supply side framing of trust in communication as being about eliminating bad actors from mediated spaces, I'd argue continues to shape many of the approaches we have to misinformation, but ignores the extent to which the cognitive dimensions of information and news, and the extent to which news is sought as a form of affirmation, is seriously underestimated in this literature, as authors such as Camargo and Simon have recently conceded. And indeed, Jürgen Habermas, who's often seen as the rationalist scholar par excellence, observed that the three worlds of communicative action not only relate to the truth of statements or their epistemic rationality, the objective dimension, but also out of ethical and moral rationality and empathetic understanding of the other. And this concept of mediated trust has been developed by a variety of writers, Balázs Bodo, Mike Schaefer, and others. Now, in order to situate this work more explicitly, a concept I've developed in thinking about this has been that of the three I's of ideas, interests, and institutions. And in my 2021 book, Regulating Platform, I use this concept to develop a synoptic history of the early internet and how decisions made in the early years of the internet continued in a path-dependent sense to shape industry structures, public policies, and cultural debates, drawing upon a new institutionalist framework in communication studies derived from other fields of the social sciences, such as political science and economics. And we can see the intersection of these here, that ideas obviously are ways of thinking about material objects and relationships that rise to prominence and general social acceptance. I won't focus on these. Interests are those institutions and organisations that seek to advance individual or collective social power, and institutions are the organisational forms that both govern and regulate social, economic and political relations through which collective decision-making occurs. Now, what I would argue is that the internet, in the classic question of do interests shape ideas or do ideas shape interests, I would argue that it was dominant ideas about the internet that drove its early development, that many of the dominant interests that would be associated with the internet did not exist at the time in which many of the frameworks, both national and global, were put in place that would govern the development of the internet. So Google was established in 1998, by which time there were over 250 internet users worldwide. So interest in internet policy gradually emerged after the technology had been largely popularised. And so ideas such as the technologies of freedom notion that I discussed earlier, safe harbour provisions, minimal liabilities for platforms with content, multi-stakeholder governance and so on, are all well entrained by the late 1990s, emanating outwards from the United States into the global framework. And alternative perspectives on internet governance largely emerged after the global institutional infrastructure had already been established. So the challenge of internet governance in the 2020s at both the national and international level is that we've seen a platformisation of the internet or corporate dominance of particular digital markets through data-driven capitalism. At the same time, our ideas about the internet continue to some extent to be framed by the notion that it is, or at least should be, open. We're left at a global level, we're left with an internet governance regime that bears the hallmarks of the dominant ideas of the 1990s and early 2000s, particularly that corporations and civil society should be primary drivers of decisions about the internet and not governments. And the institutional regime associated with the internet governance has, I would suggest, become increasingly dysfunctional. And Philip referred in his presentation to Milton Muller's work. Muller has recently argued that internet governance increasingly needs to be understood through the analytical lens of political economy. At this point, I want to shift the focus of my presentation slightly to go from the internet to artificial intelligence in order to illustrate some of the points that I've made. And many of you will recall Google engineer Brian Lemoyne's claim in 2022 that LaMDA, Google's language model for dialogue applications, had acquired a form of human consciousness or had acquired sentience. Now, I hadn't thought much about the concept of sentience, which is the capacity to experience feelings and sensations, but it certainly resonated with me in a sense. I thought, where have I heard this before or seen this played out before? And the answer is the 1982 film Blade Runner, where the replicants acquire human capabilities at precisely the moment at which they die. Okay, this was how they were programmed. They were programmed and they experienced this sentience at the moment of their death. But I think we have to be, I think that this thinking about whether AI is becoming more human or to take a debate some of you may have followed this week, whether ChatGPT can write a Nick Cave song as well as Nick Cave can write it. You'll have seen Nick Cave very vigorously critiqued this notion. Rather than thinking about whether AI is becoming more human, we should be thinking about the human role in AI and the interests in institutions promoting it. So that is to say, I think that from an ideas point of view, the machine out of control metaphor, which often informs how we think about technologies, will be a misleading one as a guide to public policy. So that requires us to unpack what we mean by artificial intelligence. And I'd suggest it's a combination of computational capacities, data analytics, machine learning, but also importantly, human interaction with these capabilities. And we will not be surprised to find the dominant players in the digital platform space will continue to play a key role in the ongoing development of AI. And I think it's very instructive that at the point at which ChatGPT is being popularised, Microsoft has made a move to acquire OpenAI and to incorporate OpenAI into all of its software products. They won't be the only key players in the platform economy. All companies are in part becoming platform businesses insofar as their activities take place in the digital economy, but there will not be the sort of construction of interest that we saw in the early history of the internet where new players, startups, disruptors, entrepreneurs, et cetera, were positioned against the traditional corporate powers. And at the global level, it's notable that the vast majority of patents filed that relate to AI are filed in the United States and China. And I'll show two slides here taken from the World Intellectual Property Organization, a 2019 report. You can see here the US has long been the dominant player in the patent world, but has been challenged, particularly in an accelerating sense from about the mid-2000s by China. No other player having equivalent significance, EPO being the European Patent Office. And this is even more marked with regards to machine learning, that the dominant patent offices where machine learning patents are lodged are China and the United States. So the development of AI will be framed by geopolitical strategic competition in an increasingly multipolar world. And it's very much apparent that military policing and security agencies will be a very significant presence in AI, and that many privacy safeguards that have partly operated around activities on the internet will be even harder to apply in the AI context. I'd also suggest that we're going to see tech companies increasingly appeal to nationalism as a basis for government support. And I take here a quote from the 2019 speech given by then Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg to Georgetown University concerning the rise of China. As you might be aware, this has come back to bite Meta to some degree, because Meta is increasingly looking to be in the hardware space as it looks to bring out what it calls the metaverse. And of course, hardware continues to be primarily produced in China. I think one of the challenges we're going to face in the AI space is there will be a renewed debate about self-regulation, as has been the dominant mode of governance for digital platforms, and will be accompanied by a very positive vision of AI and the idea that good uses of AI can drive out bad uses. And I present here Professor Ali Majalili, head of the Centre for Artificial Intelligence Research and Optimisation at Torrens University, described as Australia's leading thinker on artificial intelligence, well, maybe. He argues that to defend against the misuse of AI, we also need to use other technologies, other variants of AI to defend against it. So we will see a push to keep government at arm's length in the AI space, as we did to a very significant degree in the internet space. At the same time, the current political climate is less favourable to tech companies, or indeed possibly to the corporate sector generally. There is a degree to which concerns about AI will always resonate in the public domain, and this was the concern about major Australian stores, such as the ubiquitous Hardware, Bunnings Warehouse and Kmart, using facial recognition technologies in their stores. So there will be continued push for something to be done about what are seen as misuses of artificial intelligence. We will also see push for codes of ethics and ethical design principles being the way to resolve issues related to artificial intelligence. But this has also been critiqued by activists and scholars, such as Luke Munn, referring to AI ethics as essentially useless, arguing that the underlying principles are either meaningless or endlessly contested and toothless without mechanisms of enforcement in the face of breaches. So my concluding remarks would be that the AI revolution comes in the wake of the global techlash. So I think we can expect to see new laws and regulations to govern AI at an earlier stage of its evolution than was the case with the internet. AI will be most likely shaped by the existing dominant corporate interests. It is absolutely not going to be the foundation for a transition from what some call Web 2 to Web 3. It is not going to mark a return to the decentralised or open internet. The context of nation-state sovereignty and major power competition will quite explicitly shape the development of AI, and the likelihood of transnational governance mechanisms, I would suggest, is very low at this stage. Whereas the internet in the 1990s was both cause and consequence of a kind of liberal internationalism that foresaw a world beyond nation states. And as I said, AI ethics will be presented as an alternative to nation-state governance regulation. The balance of political economic forces around AI will be critical to whether this gets traction. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello. We'll now be taking questions. So online as well as here, if anyone has questions, I'll just pass the mic to them.
Thank you. Please tell me to stop. I've only just come in, so caught the last minute or two. Please tell me to stop if I'm just repeating or it's completely irrelevant. You mentioned at the end nation states and competition. I've seen that very much at the sharp end. Attacks against me and my colleagues in the organization I worked for by state-protected actors. How do you see democratic governments and the relevant big techs in democratic countries as preparing to step up from the challenges of that, both individually and collectively? And is there a chance for bringing big tech inside the tent to properly regulate, preserve and protect individuals, but also, let's be blunt about it, geopolitical competition? Thank you. But by the way, the name's Ewan Grant. I'm ex-law enforcement, but I was customs and excise, not police. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ewan, for your question, and Philip may also wish to comment. I think that there's cross-cutting tendencies here. I think that partly whether particular nation states are going to respond to the sort of issues that you've raised will partly depend upon the composition of their legislatures in particular. And in my own country, in Australia, there's been some degree of loosening of the two-party system, and I think that's quite interesting in that it potentially opens up a space, because I think some of these issues are not necessarily left-right issues. I think it's interesting to observe in the US that the Biden administration has been considerably more consistently willing to address the power of the big digital players than was certainly the case with either the Clinton or Obama administration. So I think it will partly relate to the capacity of the legislature, or indeed of the judiciary, to be able to initiate action independently of the legislature. At the same time, I think the point that is was clearly explicit in Philip's presentation and implicit in my own, that there is a degree of securitisation associated with such with the role being played by governments, and that this is intensifying in an era of a multipolar world, if you like, is very, very marked. And there's where different nation states are positioning themselves in this space is also important. I note, in his 2018 keynote address to the Internet Governance Forum, the French President Emmanuel Macron explicitly proposed the European model as an alternative to, if you like, Beijing or Silicon Valley. Philip, was there anything you wanted to add on that matter?
Yes, I'd agree that the national context is likely to be decisive, and I think there's a high level of contingency over what kinds of coalitions might be in play over particular issues. I mean, if you just look at the pressure on the online safety bill in the UK, I mean, it had both left and right support, if you can put it that way. Not very left, but quite right. I think I'm more struck by the lack of capacity to respond at the moment than the capacity to respond, I have to say. And I think that has to do with quite a lot of the diffuseness, actually, of the regulatory apparatus, at least in this country. And actually, the way in which a clear agenda around freedom of speech and expression has yet to be articulated. I think it's very, very incident-driven and very crisis-driven, and there's very little discussion of principles that engages wider publics. And I still believe in the importance of the arguments not being the arguments of minorities and elites and interested parties, and getting out there so that people begin to understand the consequences much more broadly. And I would certainly pick up on the point you made, Terry, about securitization. I mean, I do think there's a congruence in the arguments we're both putting forward there. And when you go into a sort of national security state mode, which I think is certainly, and when you have a crisis, an underlying crisis of democracy, I think the space for regulation becomes, well, space for arguments about regulation becomes diminished, and authoritative regulation becomes much more of a norm. So we'll just have to see how this plays out, actually. We're not looking at a kind of an authoritarian response of a comprehensive kind, but I think as the kind of the crisis of competition plays through into the way regimes operate, that there will be complicated consequences.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We will be starting the keynote presentation in just a minute.
I think we're on to the next show, Terry.
Sorry.
Good to see you anyway.
You too.
Thank you so much, and yeah, we will get started in just a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for asking me to speak to you today. And I'm going to talk about nodality. I'm going to talk about nodality, which I will explain more about in a minute, but is basically the capability to give and receive information. And I want to talk about how I think it's quite, I think it's a kind of, after 25 years of the of widespread use of the internet, and probably 15 years since the use of social media and other platforms, that it's a really important thing to be talking about when we think about public policy. I think that it is a concept which unites what lots of people here today will be talking about. I hope so anyway, so I hope that there will be something for everyone in that respect. So what is nodality? Nodality is several things. I mean, it's not a kind of completely simple concept. It is, as I've just said, about the concept, about the giving and receiving of information. It's about centrality in social and information networks. It's also a resource, a tool of government policy. Sometimes when government makes policy, giving information to citizens with the idea of maybe changing their behavior or making sure that they know something about some help that's available or some law or policy that's in action, is a crucial element of policy making. And I also see it as a quality of democratic governance. Basically, democratic governance works better when citizens know about governments and governments know and understand things about citizens. So that with nodality, governments can govern intelligently and effectively, and citizens can see better what is done on their behalf, participate directly, and punish governments retrospectively as set out in classic democratic theory. And that's from an article by myself and my co-author Peter John, which I hope will be coming out soon. So I mentioned the idea of nodality as a tool of government. There are many tools-based approaches to looking at public policy. The one that I'm kind of signed up to is because I've been somewhat involved in its development, is the tools of government approach laid out by Christopher Hood in 1983 and redeveloped for a digital era by myself and Christopher in 2007. Note the date there, 2007. It captured the kind of early years of the widespread use of the internet, but it doesn't capture the kind of platformization of the internet that we were hearing about from the previous speaker, and it doesn't capture the advent of social media. So in that sense, it was rather a badly timed piece of work, but of course brilliant in other respects. Anyway, this conceptualization of the tools of government argues that when governments make policy, and of course when governments make policy, they want to shape the outside world. When governments make policy, there are basically four kind of tools or resources at their disposal. Nodality, this capacity to give and receive information. Authority, kind of something that only government has, the kind of legitimate authority over some territory. Treasure, money, basically, or other conditional or unconditional incentives as a way to change people's behavior. And organizational capacity, the possession of people or the employment of people, of organizations, bureaucracies, land, buildings, equipment, all the things that go up to make a government's organizational capacity. And think of the COVID crisis, think of the pandemic. During the pandemic, all these four tools, obviously the pandemic represented a huge policy crisis for virtually every government in the world, these were the 4 tools that were at the disposal of governments. So first of all, with nodality, governments had to make sure that they got information out to their citizens about the spread of the virus, about what to do to avoid the virus insofar as possible, about what the rules were about the virus. And they needed to do that in all sorts of ways, at the local, the national, the global, and so on. So nodality was a vitally important tool. Authority, most governments resorted to some kind of authority in terms of lockdowns, for example, or social distancing rules, which were, it did involve legal change and legal authority. Money, treasure was used to a huge extent, particularly in this country. We had a massive furlough scheme, which basically paid people not to go to work. Huge amounts of money were pumped into the crisis in an attempt to change people's behavior, to change the world outside, to change the behavior of firms, and so on. And finally, organizational capacity, huge amounts of organization were put into play to treat people who had the disease, to get testing out to people, to basically try and look after people in the light of the crisis. And of course, countries varied hugely in which of these tools they emphasized during the crisis. Various countries like this one and Germany, for example, had very stringent use of authority and lockdowns and saying what people could and couldn't do. Countries like Sweden relied much more on nodality as the key tool. People they didn't have the same kind of lockdown. People were told, or at least told the best estimate of what the situation was regarding the virus, and were left rather more to use that information or not to adapt their behavior. So I think the pandemic is quite a good example where obviously everything came into play in a whole host of different ways, but countries varied in their emphasis over which of these tools they used. Okay, so let's think about nodality in a digital world. Well, how does it change? And I think this is something really important to think about, because in Christopher's first book in 1983, and also to some extent in the second book, we talked about nodality as something that governments had, like authority, by virtue of being governments. That governments are like the sort of watchtower or watermill at the center of society's social and information networks. And in that sense, had it because they're the government. You had to go to the government if you wanted to know something about government policy or government benefits or government's taxation. And they knew things about you automatically by virtue of the data they collected about you. But in a digital world, nodality, more than any of the other tools you might argue, has kind of been reshaped and shifted. So let's think about it from the point of view of governments. Governments have far more kind of tools, digital tools at their disposal with which they might manipulate or shape their nodality. The program that I direct for the Alan Turing Institute, the public policy program at the National Institute for Data Science and AI, we spend all our time thinking about how government might develop data science and AI tools to make better decisions, more citizen-focused decisions, for example, and to understand the world outside government in better ways, and therefore make better public policy. That's a key aim of what we do. Not all governments use those possibilities, and as I'm sure many of you know and possibly are researching, governments have struggled with successive generations of technology. It doesn't mean that they're definitely using them, but the possibilities are there. But one of the biggest shifts in the nodality landscape, I would argue, in a digital world is that citizens themselves have nodality, which was not something that was really thought about back in the 1980s when this approach was first being developed. Citizens have all sorts of new ways to find things out, not just from government. And they have their own kind of centrality in social and information networks as a way of sharing information and changing potentially the behavior of other people. That's kind of new. That's a sort of challenge to government nodality. It's not something that just government has, but it's something that citizens have, and of course firms and organizations of all shapes and sizes. So overall then, governments have, the digital era is a bit of a sort of double-edged sword for government nodality. On the one hand, they have possibly access to very sophisticated data-powered tools and the digital landscape to understand what's going on. At the same time, all sorts of other organizations, and in particular citizens, have their own kind of nodality. So it's possible, and I argue in some cases that would happen, governments face a net loss of nodality. So I think if you think about the four tools, there's something kind of timeless about authority and money and organization. But nodality, I think you can argue, has been transformed. And I think as far as the research agenda goes, and I take something about, I'll say something about this, I think the other tools have had a lot more attention over the years than nodality. And I really think it's time to start thinking about this, both as a resource and a tool of government, but also as a sort of quality of democratic governance. And I'm going to try and convince you of that fact. So what's the mechanism for citizen nodality? For the relatively new idea that citizens, ordinary citizens, have a lot of nodality. A few years ago, myself and some colleagues at the Oxford Internet Institute, and also Peter John, my co-author, developed the idea of tiny acts of political participation, which is the kind of mechanism behind this book, Political Turbulence. And we talked about how the kind of new availability of tiny acts of participation open up the ladder of political participation at the bottom end and offer all these kind of micro acts of politics that just weren't available before. And in that sense, they move politics away from the activist elite and open up politics potentially to lots of ordinary people who might not be bothered when it was more lumpy and involved much higher costs to do any sort of participation. That was the argument of that book. And in that book, we showed with some computational social science methods how these tiny acts could scale up to social movements, to large-scale mobilizations, to waves of support for certain political figures or policy issues or ideas. And I think it's a good idea to sort of point to that with respect to nodality, because citizen nodality may not be very substantive at the individual level, or it may be, and I'll talk about that, but it really can scale up in all sorts of unexpected ways to something really, really large scale that has a lot of nodality. So that's there in the background when you're thinking about citizen nodality, the kind of wild and unpredictable ways that it can shift. It's not something that's just there. It can come and it can go. And here are citizens exercising nodality on policy issues. I'm sure you're familiar with all those images, campaigning to protect the environment and for changes in energy policy, the Me Too movement, campaigning against sexual harassment, American school children and their parents campaigning for greater control of gun ownership, and perhaps most sort of in a way really illustrating the point is the US teenager Darnella Fraser, who was just going about her business on a normal morning and sees a white police officer murdering George Floyd. The little video clip that she took of that incident was and posted on Facebook and Instagram, traveled all around the world, and we hope has changed the nature, or was a kind of turning point in the nature of US policing. Just an ordinary citizen undertaking an act of digital participation, exercising the potential for nodality. But that's so far rather an amorphous concept, not really that much use to us perhaps when we're thinking about public policy, or how to go into more detail into ideas about nodality. So I wanted to break it down a bit. In the original book and the 2007 book, Christopher and then we broke down the idea of all the tools of government into detecting tools and effecting tools. Basically, detecting is about finding things out, taking information in, and effecting is about giving information out, in the case of nodality. And I've mentioned that governments and citizens now have nodality. What does that mean? That means that governments, for example, in their detecting capacity, would take information in from the world outside and learn about society. And they would also try and influence citizens' behavior by giving out information and possibly nudging them, in Thaler's and Sunstein's terms, using behavioral tools to change their behavior by changing the kind of information architecture in which they make decisions. And then citizens, they need to find things out in a kind of digital information landscape, and then they have the possibility to exercise expression and voice. So if you think of the cost of living crisis, for example, at the moment that many countries are experiencing, or driven in part by the energy crisis, experienced in many countries, particularly badly here because we were mad enough to leave the European Union. The governments need to take information in about what citizens are experiencing, what their kind of living challenges are, what kind of help is desperately needed, and then they have to make decisions about what the policy on benefits and taxation and all sorts of other things is. They need to tell citizens what policies are about energy, for example, and where they can get help and what benefits are available, and subsidies and so on. And they need to perhaps push them, or it will be efficient if they can push them towards kind of saving energy, for example, or saving their own costs without having to pay anything. Citizens need to find out what help is available. They need to know something about how energy prices are going to move. They need to be able to plan. They need to be able to know if they're going to be faced with insurmountable bills, and so on. And they need to, if situations are really impossible, they need to be able to complain, protest, make their feelings known to governments. These are all ways that both governments and citizens might exercise nodality. I'll just go through those quickly, one by one, to give some examples. I mentioned the program I direct at the Alan Turing Institute. This is the kind of thing we do there. We try and think what government might do with these tools to kind of detect the world outside and to make better decisions. Measurement and detection, I've just mentioned that with respect to the cost of living crisis, sort of knowing what's going on in the outside world, using looking at the information environment, for example. We do, as I know lots of people here do, a lot of work on online safety and online harms and thinking about problems in the information environment. Machine learning is a great tool for understanding what it looks like, for detecting, for example, hate speech and misinformation, and thinking about how to measure it and how to counter it, indeed. Prediction and forecasting, that's what machine learning is famous for. There's all sorts of ways that governments can use machine learning potentially to look at situations of risk, looking at vulnerability, looking at vulnerable groups. Who's going to fall into fuel poverty? That's something the UK government has been working on for quite a long time. Who's going to be really struggling? How can you tackle How can you tackle that problem? Personalization, we're really used to that when we use digital platforms. We know that Amazon targets its ads, almost every platform targets ads at us, especially for us. We know that when we want to watch a movie on Netflix, even the little images we get by the movies has been targeted at us, so that we feel kind of that that's for us, that's the choice we should make. Government has been extraordinarily hopeless at doing any personalization, but there are a lot of possibilities there of being able to sort of target resources, optimize resource allocation with machine learning technologies in particular. So, you know, there are all sorts of possibilities there for the personalization of information. Telling you if you've claimed one benefit, for example, also, you know, would most people be looking for something else if they looked for this? Government is not good at doing that, but there's quite a lot that could be done. And then finally, questions of simulation. Agent computing is a data science tool here that we're using quite a bit to try and understand the potential effects of different policy interventions and what effects they would have with kind of information alone, without suffering unintended consequences. So, government detection, lots of possibilities there. Let's think about government effecting. How does government use nodality to try and affect people in the outside world? I wanted to use this point to illustrate the sort of competition point, and apologies if you can't read I'll explain what the images are in case you can't read the text. So here's something from the Treasury, a bit of an information campaign about help for households. Making small changes at home can have a big impact on your energy bills. The Treasury has about 500,000 followers on Twitter, so they ought to be able to get some things out, and sometimes they do, because of course treasuries are followed by people all over the world, not just in financial markets and stuff like that, not just citizens. But they haven't done terribly well with this one. It's just got just under 10,000 impressions, hasn't caused a lot of attention. They're trying to tell people how they can save energy. Here's the money savings expert, Martin Lewis. He's got 2 million followers, and you can see he's done rather better with his tweet there, even though it's actually about some quite unusual kind of energy subsidy for people who've got alternative fuel or heating oil as their source of energy. And you can see there he's being a bit critical of the government about their use of nodality. He's saying getting information on this is like pulling teeth. Apparently it'll be automatically paid via your electricity supplier. How they'll work out who's got alternative fuel is intriguing. If you're fully off-grid, you'll need to apply. That's received a lot of attention. He's getting that out there. And here you are, you see, you know, this is on Twitter, but he's not just on Twitter, he's on TikTok. There he is on TikTok at the beginning of the winter, really putting pressure on the government with respect to the kind of crisis, and saying, I'm virtually out of tools to help people now. So you can see the kind of competition that the government have got there. In this case, it's kind of operating in citizens' favor, because Martin Lewis is he's a very well-known and respected individual, and has gone through all sorts of lengths to help citizens. He's in fact sued Facebook because all sorts of fake ads were being run in his name and working off his nodality. He sued Facebook and made them pay for all these kind of information campaigns for people jointly with the Citizens Advice Bureau, just for the UK, instead of being paid for his successful court case. So, but just think if he wasn't. You can see here, just suppose that the information that he was putting out was kind of wrong or deceitful or manipulative in some way, also would be competition for government. Okay, citizen detectors. Where can citizens find things out, get information in? Well, of course, there's all sorts of places, and been talking about some of them already this morning. All sorts I mean, of course, they can go onto Google and look for something, and then they'll be offered all sorts of personalized things as well, but all sorts of advertising and everything. So that's one place they can find things out, but then there's all these other places to find things out as well. Some of them will be really useful, perhaps, you know, YouTube videos of money-saving tips, just staying with the cost of living crisis. And TikTok, they can go and look at Martin Lewis, they can find things all sorts of places. They can also find things out in kind of less safe, shall we say, spaces, you know, Reddit and Gab, where things are much less regulated or controlled or moderated. And there they have much more possibility to be provided with all sorts of misinformation and disinformation and other sorts of information as well. And now we're seeing kind of the beginning of new sources of information. People could even go onto ChatGPT and get information there. The trouble with that, of course, is they will have absolutely no idea where it comes from or whether it's right or not. But it's obviously gaining in popularity, and there's a lot of new possibilities there. So lots of new possibilities for citizen detection. Citizens affecting. Now, this is an example from my own social media feed, because I always feel kind of uncomfortable kind of putting up on a screen other people's. So this is my social media feed, okay, and now I'm going to tell you a story, which is that, so a little bit, a month or so ago, I discovered that we were paying a huge amount of gas in our monthly bills in my home, and also that we had a lot of credit. We'd stacked up a lot of credit, but we were still continuing to pay these enormous bills every month, and I felt not very happy about that. So I tried to phone British Gas, but after hanging on for ages, it said that they were very busy, and therefore they closed their phone line. Then I tried their chat line, and I got sort of all these kind of, you know, oh, I must help you, and then the chat person disappearing and not helping me. And it turned out I had 2 accounts, one of them for the old vicarage in Dorking, which has absolutely nothing to do with me, but apparently somebody called Helen Margits lives there. Really, my sort of situation was getting worse and worse. And then I went online, I looked at British Gas and British Gas Help, and they had, well, first of all, they had a sort of thing saying you can talk to us on Twitter. So I thought, right, I'll talk to them on Twitter. So there's me talking to them on Twitter and telling me my situation. And then nothing happened. And then I had another long chat on the chat line after being 93 in the queue. So that was a bit of a wait. And then I tweeted that again, also with this picture of someone who I think is supposed to be a happy, warm person on the British Gas site, but actually she looks kind of agonized to me, and that's how I felt by this point. And then after that, I noticed that the actual website on the British Gas Help page was a broken link. It said page not found. So I thought, this is really getting ridiculous. And then this organization called British Gas Watch kind of picked up on what I was saying and put me in touch with the Observer newspaper, who'd been running stories about other people. And the point I'm trying to make is that nodality. And now, I mean, I had, as a citizen, some nodality, although I'm other things as well as a citizen, which gives me greater nodality. I'll say something about that in a moment. But basically, with that nodality, I was able to, British Gas wrote to me on direct message. They then spent a whole day kind of talking to me and sorting out the issue with the accounts, and eventually said, you know, what would you like to pay every month? And you know, giving me a refund and so on. Great for me, okay? I use nodality. But then I'm middle class, I'm well educated, I'm stroppy, I've got some kind of public position, I've got 8,000 followers on Twitter, and it really made me think, what about if I don't have any of that? How would I get any information out of them? I'd kind of threatened their nodality in some way, I'd threatened their reputation. online, and so I got a result. But how many people just never get a result? So there's a lot of inequality in citizen and nodality, and that's something to emphasize. And indeed, there's other sorts of inequality. This is a diagram, I think it was in our book, Political Turbulence. But, you know, movements in favor, movements or kind of the building up of nodality or waves of support or something like that, they scale up very quickly, but most of them go nowhere. It's the power law of the internet, which we're all probably pretty familiar with by now. And that means there's lots of nodality in the collective sense as well. So that's another important point to make, inequality in nodality. I want to say something, and other people are going to be talking about this during the day, so I won't dwell on it, but what can go wrong with nodality? Well, things can go wrong, just as you can have tiny sort of good acts of sharing and influencing and so on. You can have plenty of bad ones. You can have hate speech, disinformation, manipulation. The internet is rife with that. This is, well, it's a graph from a paper by myself and some of my co-authors at the Turing, but it shows the kind of hate, how hate can scale up as well. For example, during terrorist attacks, you always get a peak of hate speech, which kind of confuses the information environment. Regardless of the perpetrator, it's generally Islamophobic hate. And it can also scale up to really kind of a kind of attack on the nodality of various people, misogynistic hate. Some people have argued that that could discourage a whole generation of women from public life. Disinformation reduces trust in institutions and information in general from certain quarters or maybe all quarters. And manipulation over time can add up to things like grooming and extremism and radicalization. Inequality in terms of, that's just something showing that Black and Asian MPs in this country get far more abuse than white MPs, all sorts of inequality. And of course, nodality can go really bad with the proliferation of these kind of things. Here's the January the 6th riots. There's people being told that the election was stolen from them, that it's illegitimate, and all kinds of conspiracy theories relating to QAnon. And in that situation, you've got a real kind of breakdown in nodality and a really worrying situation. And then there's the question that actually was discussed in the last session very extensively. To what extent is nodality in the hands of big tech? And of course, around the time of the, and leading up to the January the 6th riots, Twitter had started to take action on Donald Trump. It was his favorite platform, and they started to put a health warning on his tweets. And eventually they did chuck him off the platform. And that did have a big effect on his nodality, as this research from the New York Times shows. But now he's been allowed back on by the new owner of Twitter, Elon Musk, and he could maybe get his nodality back, although I don't think he's tweeted yet, but he has the potential to get it back. And should nodality be in the hands of an eccentric billionaire, most of us might think not. Okay, a research agenda for nodality, what would that look like? I'm a huge fan of computational social science tools, and I'm sure many people are, but you wouldn't do it only with that. You're not going to get it only with that. So here are some of the things that I think we would need to look at nodality. I think to look at government nodality, we would have to do quite a lot of sort of elite interviewing and very old-fashioned research to find out what government are thinking about this. I also think we'd have to ask them how they design campaigns and what's their kind of processes for doing that. We also might do computational analysis of conversations in online environments. we might look at the relative influence of different actors. During COVID, for example, were people getting their information from governments? Where were they getting from it? There were the daily press conferences, but at a certain point, people tended to stop listening to those. It seemed to be a lot of sort of slideshow presentations and stuff and sound a bit boring. Even Radio 4 used to say, I think we'll just segue away from that, and I'll let you know if anything interesting happens. So those are the kind of things that we could do. We could look at how governments use kind of nudge strategies and what they do to clean up information environments. With respect to citizens, we might have to run experiments, sort of mystery shopping exercises, or scenarios where you give citizens a piece of information to find out and then have a look where they go. You may have to ask them in surveys. We won't be able to do it all with data science. And then you might use experiments and computational analysis to understand how they kind of build their own nodality. How does nodality scale up in those kind of unpredictable ways that I was talking about earlier? And how might they be incentivized to go from tackling their issues with their own gas bill to actually thinking about other people and maybe campaigning for other people who lack nodality, or getting some kind of collective movement together. We're trying to do some of those things. I'm sure lots of you are trying to do some of those things. We certainly are at the Oxford Internet Institute, working on government nodality, as I said, looking at the online environment, trying to understand how things like misinformation and hate, and I know there's some really good sessions on that later. Here is where we've got a little pilot project looking at MPs and journalists and their nodality on certain issues. There's a cost of living crisis down here, where we don't really know what these show yet. These are really early data, but something that it does show is that there, with the cost of living crisis, everyone's talking about that, and there's a real conversation going on than that. You can see on things like Brexit, you can see that members of parliament are desperate not to talk about that. It's just the journalists talking about that mainly. And the same with the Ukraine war, the journalists sort of above all the MPs. But looking at the kind of networks and the relative influences of the different actors will allow us to really break down that idea of nodality in policy conversations. I think there's a lot to win here in terms of maximizing nodality in democratic systems. Thinking about how nodality can be better, how governments can be more responsive, more prescient, more citizen-focused, how information campaigns can be more proactive. We can have some sort of informed nudging of citizens, a kind of civil information environment which builds trust. Citizens in information-rich networks able to maximize their own utility. Understand where to get help, where to complain. This is a sort of perfect world, okay? And then this idea of moving from the individual to the collective. How can you get what some people have called stealth democrats, who kind of participate in order to complain or to improve their own situation, to think about the situation more collectively? How can you get to a situation of co-production where actually governments and citizens are working together to improve the information environment? Of course, there's risks there, too much nodality, a surveillance state, a paternalistic authoritarian state. It is a question of optimizing. And here, with individual policy issues, it's important to think how you might get a kind of virtuous circle where governments are detecting, say, the energy crisis really well. They're predicting how much gas will cost. They're adjusting subsidies to what's going to happen down the line. They're nudging citizens towards energy savings and kind of optimizing benefit take-up and so on. Citizens are understanding the crisis. They can see ahead. They know how to plan. They don't get in a panic or fearful. And ultimately, they share information about all these things so that they're helping other citizens. Go the other way round on the vicious circle, and you get governments failing to understand the energy crisis, governments failing to provide useful information to citizens, citizens turn to other sources, some of which are loan sharks and buy now, pay later applications and kind of tempting visions of not being in debt. They don't know where to get help, and you get spiraling inequality and debt and so on. So, you know, these are kind of either side of the same coin. So just to finish, why do I think this matters so much to the point of talking to you about it? Well, I mean, I think as a quality of democratic governance, nodality is really important. If government nodality is weak, if government hasn't got nodality or hasn't got this capacity for citizens and governments to work together, then it's unlikely to be able to govern competently, and it has to turn to the other tools. They're more expensive, obviously, they always cost more money, and they're more sort of vexatious and oppressive. If you think during COVID, what were the tools that government used that made people restive and worried about the legitimacy of their governments and so on? It tended to be authority. Now we're seeing in the cost of living crisis that it was also the use of treasure, you know, the huge use of treasure and organization. So it is important. And so in a world where lots of commentators and scholars are kind of writing books about the end of democracy and the death of democracy and Control, Alt, Delete, how the internet crashed our democracy, I do think nodality offers us some hope of how the digital era can represent a sort of reinvigoration and a sort of renewal of democracy. And I'll stop there. Thank you. That's a really difficult question, and part of me is kind of waiting for the funding gods to allow a really large-scale project on nodality, because I think there's lots of senses in which we don't know that much about it, that we don't know the kind of underlying patterns of where citizens find things out, what governments do to make better decisions based on information. So I think we've got a lot to learn about it. We would obviously, I would be inclined to point to countries like in Scandinavia, for example, who have a long history of the kind of use of pooled information in decision making, which in Anglo-Saxon countries in particular we don't. And also they have very high levels of trust. You would expect countries with high levels of trust, which is something which is regularly measured to be doing a better job with nodality. That's true of Scandinavia, absolutely not true here. So I think you'd have to look at all those kind of things, those countries that have done well with digital government and kind of the use of digital tools in policy, those countries that have high levels of trust, those countries that have high levels of digital literacy, which has been shown to be very important in kind of vulnerability to online misinformation. So those are the kinds of things we would hypothesize, but we, yeah. More research needed, sorry.
We'll do that and then we'll go back to the room. So we have someone who says, thank you for a very interesting presentation where Helen demonstrates how well nodality can be used as an analytical concept. Curious about what critiques and limitations Helen sees with the concept of nodality.
Well, there are, yes, there are definitely. It's a little amorphous. I mean, like any anything to do, it's got something to do with networks, this thing of being, having centrality in social and informational networks is key to the idea of nodality. And like anything to do with networks, it becomes sort of the thing you're trying to explain and the thing you're trying to describe. So that is one challenge which I think is inherent in a concept like this. I also think another challenge is this question of how much nodality is too much nodality. The idea of nudging and changing people's behavior with experimentation has obviously had accusations of kind of manipulation and paternalism, very understandably. You know, how much of what, I think governments are very far, democratic governments like the UK are very far from being able to do that. They're just not good enough at it. But, you know, it is a question, how much is too much? And of course, the idea of kind of governments knowing too much about citizens. I think it's a question of balance. It's being able to work out the balance. Too much government nodality and not enough citizen nodality is what you see in authoritarian states. It's possible to imagine a situation where citizens have huge amounts of nodality and government nodality is very weak. And there you are looking at a sort of weak state situation where the state isn't really capable of governing effectively. So it's a question of looking at balance, and that's a very challenging question. So that would be my answer, or partial answer at least.
Thank you very much. I've made an awful lot of notes and a good few exclamation marks. The name is Ewan Grant. I'm now a journalist and broadcaster, but I used to be the old Customs and Excises intelligence analyst for the ex-Soviet state. So I'm used to misinformation and disinformation. My question is, how do we deal with the significant elements in the community that cannot evaluate information and therefore are vulnerable to disinformation, or are just uncomfortable with digitalization? I say that because I used to teach on training courses the John F. Kennedy case, and this is over 20 years ago. And I noticed that far too many students were falling back entirely on what was basically on a computer screen without doing any thinking for themselves. And of course, as you can guess what I'm going to say next, far too many people just cannot evaluate evidence. So they're vulnerable to complete and utter nonsense, or they may be simply not, you made the phrase digital literacy. So I think this is quite a lot of people, albeit perhaps more focused in the elderly. But I think it's quite a lot of people, and I think it's a real challenge. Thanks.
It is a challenge, you're absolutely right. And misinformation is the kind of growing challenge. We saw a kind of infodemic, I think the World Health Organization called, of misinformation, particularly with relation to health during the pandemic. And I think, although with digital tools we are getting better at tackling hate of some of the kinds that I mentioned, and that's positive. I think misinformation could easily be going to get worse with image manipulation. I think ChatGPT is going to be terrible for misinformation, actually, to be honest. As an academic, it makes me deeply uncomfortable that what you get out of there doesn't have sort of referencing. You don't know where it comes from. And it's only if you know a lot about the topic that you know whether it's right or not. And I think it may be used to generate misinformation. So it is a problem. People are better at it than we think, particularly younger people. At the Turing Institute, we've just had a public attitudes to AI survey. And I'm amazed by the sophisticated ways people think about technologies and, well, not amazed, but, you know, pleased, to be honest. and the kind of nuanced approach to some of these issues. What you have to do is you need research, and I'm sorry as a researcher to bang on about that, but I think it is crucially important that we do the research that helps us understand. For example, I showed you a study which was about who is most vulnerable to online health-related information, because it matters where there's impact. Some misinformation just kind of doesn't have any impact because people don't really, we're not going to clean up the whole environment, but we need to focus where it's having a lot of impact. And in some cases, it may be necessary to target things like digital literacy campaigns and public awareness campaigns. The Information Commissioner's Office here have really tried to do something about that. And yeah, I think it's a question of understanding vulnerability to misinformation and targeting help where it's going to make the most difference. There are all kinds of things, and I know there's people here working on this kind of thing, very interesting experiments, for example, on what kind of, if you encourage people to report things. I mean, this is one of the things about the kind of moving from the individual to the collective. Say you're following someone on Twitter and they're talking a lot of rubbish. You've got a couple of choices. You can block them and then you can't, or just choose not to follow them and you don't see them. That's helped you, but it hasn't helped anyone else. But maybe if you were encouraged to report them, then it might start to have more effect. And if you encourage lots of people to report them, it might have some effect. So yeah, there are sort of positive moves towards tackling the information environment, but you're right, so it's a major challenge.
Thank you. My name is Velo Petai. I'm from the European Center for Minority Issues, but originally from Estonia. So you can imagine I'm well familiar with the degrees of e-government and changes, and in particular with the potential of detection and also affecting that you were talking about. And yet increasingly over the last few years, I'm seeing the other side of the coin, which is the use of all of these things by authoritarian governments. And not to mention, of course, China, but recently I read the book by Maria Ressa, who really shows how she was a big fan of Facebook for the citizen politics, micropolitics issues that you mentioned in the beginning, and she's become completely disillusioned and seen not only the problems of it, but also the attacks that come back from governments who then infiltrate Facebook to undermine, through trolls or whatever else, what she's doing. So my question to you is, how do you see that being a part of the research agenda, that we can look at the great potentials for our democratic societies, and yet there's this shadow, going on in other parts of the world that is relying on the same phenomena, but using them for completely different nefarious purposes. So I'm harking back a little bit to the internet question that came before, but I'm still wondering how to deal with it, the both sides of that world. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like there's two questions in there. One is about authoritarian states, and it's true that, and perhaps I should have made that clearer at the beginning, I'm talking about democratic governance here. I'm not saying that some of the tools you need to look at this wouldn't also help to look at authoritarian government, but that is a much more difficult problem. I'm not really arguing here that the concept of nodality can solve the problem of authoritarianism. I'm talking about how it can potentially help a democracy to be more democratic. So I don't want to sort of overclaim here. I haven't got the solution to that problem, although I would say that something that you notice in authoritarian states is in general citizen nodality is weak or invisible, so the stronger that citizen nodality is, kind of the more hope you have of not slipping into authoritarianism, and the more you can do to kind of protect democracy, and we've seen lots of examples of that in recent times. With respect to the platforms and that's a huge challenge as well, and something that we work on a lot, and I know a lot of people here work on a lot, because the thing is, the information environment is really fragmented. I guess that's good in a way when it comes to the challenge against authoritarian states, because it is so fragmented and confusing that citizen nodality stands better of a chance. But in a democracy, if you think of the kind of old days, as it were, if a government wanted to get a message out, it just had to have a press conference. It could even sort of measure its own nodality by measuring readership figures in major newspaper channel and TV channels. There just weren't very many places where you had to go to reach people. And now, that there are so many platforms and so many places and so many private closed networks on platforms that it's much more difficult, and governments have to would have to be really kind of agile, and anybody wanting to get information. I mean, we all know that ourselves. It used to be okay, we've got a Twitter account, well, first of all, we've got a website, then we've got a Twitter account, and then we need a LinkedIn account, and now it's kind of, oh God, we're not on TikTok, we can't talk to anybody under a certain age. I mean, it's a very fragmented and confusing landscape, which is sort of a good thing. It gets over some of the issues that you're saying, because people are, they're exposed to more different sources of information to kind of counter the misinformation. But at the same time, it does make it a difficult landscape to tackle, particularly because so many of these are proprietary, closed platforms with no data available. That is one good thing that the Online Safety Bill is doing in this country. It is giving regulators access to data and so on. But, way to go in terms of understanding these platforms and the kind of sort of malign forces that operate there. So, yeah, I'm sort of agreeing with you, basically, but trying to give some message of hope at the same time. Thank you.
We're honored to have her with us today. So many good things have come to PSO through Helen. The journal, the conferences really have gained immeasurably from you. We're very grateful. May I remind you that because this is going to a number of countries and different time zones, please adhere to the times in the different rooms. And also pay attention to your charts and displays, because we don't want people frustrated who are unable to communicate with you because they're in India, Australia, Belgium. Not that Belgium is that far away, but still, that the majority of people at this conference are somewhere else in the world, and they can't rise up and tell you something right away. And we do hope, seeing some familiar faces here from past conferences, we do hope you'll come to the reception up here at the end of the sessions to have a little something with us before you go your way, and to remind you we'll be back again in 24 after this hiatus, which we all have had to cope with and has been so frustrating. And join me again in appreciating Helen.
Thank you.
Sorry, everyone. Just a clarification. The reception is not going to be up here. It's going to be downstairs in the second square, which is a space right outside rooms 9 to 11. Right now, there is lunch food already out, which is up here and also downstairs.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. This session is entitled Privacy Framing in Legislative Hearings After Cambridge Analytica, a comparative analysis of Europe and the US. And we have two presenters. We have Rotem Mezzini, a researcher from the University of Birmingham, and Dimitri Epstein will be joining us remotely, and they're from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Handing over the floor to them.
Hello, and thank you all for coming to this panel today. As I was already introduced by the moderator here, I will basically start with our talk for today, which is about, as you can see, privacy framing. So basically what this presentation will be proceeding in 5 steps. Can Dima please have next slide? Right. So the presentation will proceed in 5 steps. I will start by explaining how we think about privacy, about framing, and then kind of join those two concepts together into the framing of privacy. My colleague, Dima Epstein, will then go over the case that we will analyze. But let's start kind of enjoying the topic of privacy and framing. So let's start with privacy. The concept of privacy, as Daniel Solov famously explained, is a concept that is been and still is in disarray. If you ask lawyers, they will tell you there are different types of privacy. If you ask social scientists, they will also tell you that. Psychologists understand privacy differently from what regulation theories understand privacy. And so in this project, as in much of the social science research and policy discourse, we center our conceptualization of privacy on the individual actor. So for our analysis, we distinguish between vertical and horizontal privacy relationships. So what are vertical relationships? Vertical relationships, we sometimes refer to them as institutional relationships. They refer to relationship between the individual, as we said, is the center of our concepts of privacy, and institutions. What sort of institution? Schools, governments, health systems, and as well as more and more also corporations. Proximity is very important as well in general in our analysis and in other cases as well, as you can speak about, right, those institutions that you have direct relationships with, like the government, like your bank, the school you're studying at. But at the same time, there are sometimes those third-party institutions. So those will be, in our analysis, institutions like app developers or third-party advertisers. So those are institutions that the institution you are directly working with worked with them, and so you have indirect relationships with them. On the other hand, we have horizontal relationships, or more like the concept of more like of a social privacy. It's the case where privacy relationships occur among individuals. And here also, proximity also plays a very important concept in the relationship between people, individuals, because, as you probably can guess, there are relationships which are more stronger and more direct, like you and your family, your direct friends. But as social network taught us, there are also indirect relationships. Those will be, for example, your friends of friends. Right? So those are the answer a question. Those are kind of relationships that to deal with how your friends manage your information. So now let's move to what framing is before we kind of join those things together. So frames act as a schemata of interpretation or as a central organizing idea for making sense of complex problems or relevant events. For example, privacy. So how does framing works? Framing also works on 2 levels. So on the one hand, we can talk about frames of thought. So framing thoughts are those, they delineate the realm of the possible or the desirable. They do it by restricting and prioritizing a set of available consideration, or by amending their subjective value and applicability in the eyes of the individuals. At the same time, we have frames in communications. Here, competing social, political, and cultural actors, in our case, as we will show, we are more interested in policymakers, engage in consciously and unconsciously constructing, modifying, and disseminating frames. In doing those kind of framing, and they engage in competitive behavior around frames of reference that align with their values, goals, and interests. So, and the most famous example is perhaps how they gain and lose framing of the same policy issue or policy solution, and how we at least understand it, how it can yield different responses based on this, for example, when analyzing a particular case study. So in this project, we wanted to focus on frames in communications about privacy among policy and technical elites. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to focus on how elites, again, policymakers and technical elites, how they construct their framing in communications about privacy by looking at the interaction between them. So we had to find an event where they directly interact over an issue. We think this is important as this elite discussion and discourse is where privacy is strategically constructed and deployed into public discourse and policy work. So despite the growing interest in framing of technology and technology policy, there is actually very scarce research on that topic. What the existing research does tell us is that usually non-elites, so non-elites, people like people in the street, individuals, tend to hold more focus over horizontal or social privacy frames, while elites, policymakers, used to think vertically or institutionally about privacy. But again, that kind of evidence from the research is very scarce, and so we wanted to contribute to that research by analyzing our case study. So in that kind of relationship, we asked 3 questions. The first question basically is try to understand how privacy, try to map the privacy frames in communications. The second question asks basically to compare framing trends across stakeholders group within those elites. So mostly, how do politicians understand privacy different than the elites in that group? And then the third question, which we added more recently, is trying to actually understand whether political elites understand privacy differently based on geographical differences. So in that case, for us, it was whether the Europeans and American policymakers understand privacy different. In order to do that kind of analysis, we had to take a case that both politicians spoke about the same issue, and more or less in the same context and in the same frame. So we took the case of Cambridge Analytica. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the case. We're talking here about stealing of a massive volume of data and using them by Alexander Kogan and Cambridge Analytica, how they used it to basically influence voter behavior. What was interesting about that when the story exploded, that it caused not just an international outrage, but also political and regulatory response. And so we are interested in this last point, that in 2018, part of that story after the story erupted. And this is where first the American Congress and then the European Parliament started talking and discussing and doing hearings about Cambridge Analytica. And so what we looked at, Dima, please, the next slide. So we were interested in this part of the discussion. So I will gonna move here. So what we started with was the two sessions of Congress. First of all, the Senate, and then the day after in the House of Representatives, where we had 44 senators, 55 Congress people that did that interview, that had a hearing against one witness, which was Zuckerberg. What's interesting about that kind of session, that every congressman or senator got about 4 to 5 minutes to ask questions alone. He was not interrupted. He could ask whatever he wanted on any topic that he wanted. And there was a give and take among them, among the senator and the congressman, or the congressman and Zuckerberg. We then moved to talk about, we start doing the analysis for the European Parliament. We are still in the process of that. There are different types of hearings based on the different parliamentary committees, but there the structure is a bit different. There, the member of parliament gets time to ask questions. The witness will be able to answer, but that is basically the end of that discussion. There is no, they don't get full time to kind of have, for example, go back and have follow-up questions. It's what they ask at the beginning, that probably will be the end of it. So we analyzed this, and we are currently still in the process of doing that, and now I will turn the mic to my colleague, Dima, that will talk through Zoom. Please, Dima.
Hello, everyone. Just making sure that you can hear me okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Rotem. For those of you who've been following the program, right, the article linked from the program focused on the analysis of the US portion of the corpus. And as Rotem mentioned, we are now in the process of analyzing the European part of the corpus. So basically in the remaining time, I will share with you some of the preliminary findings that we are working with, in addition to what you see in the paper. So as Rotem mentioned, the discussions were focused on Cambridge Analytica, but they were not explicitly on privacy, right? So for the purposes of the analysis, we used Stromer-Galley's idea of thoughts as our inclusion criteria to focus the analysis on the places where policymakers or Mark Zuckerberg, as the representative of the tech elites, spoke about privacy. Other topics involve things like content moderation, foreign intervention in elections, cybersecurity, etc. But what we were interested in was privacy. Now, once we identified those segments of text where speakers talked about privacy, we deployed a coding scheme and kind of a deductive coding scheme derived from previous research to focus on kind of primarily, right, trying to characterize the types of framing that we saw in the text. On the one, to do that, we used a criteria that basically signaled presence or absence of a particular aspect of a frame, which allowed us to do two things. On the one hand, we could look at frequencies of occurrences of different types of framing. And on the other hand, by aggregating those codes for a particular kind of latent variable, we were able to assess the richness or the strength of frame used by different speakers. Now, in this paper, in this piece, we were focusing on this distinction of vertical and horizontal privacy. We also looked at proximity, looking at primary and secondary privacy relationships. Just to remind you, primary relationships deal with a kind of conscious sharing of data with an organization or with a peer or group of peers. And secondary are the kind of secondary uses that the said organizations or groups of peers make of the private information that an individual chose to share. And in addition, we also looked at responsibility attribution framing to see kind of how the responsibility is being divvied up between the different actors. And when it came to this particular case, we wanted, unlike in previous literature, like we asked to differentiate between infringement, responsibility for infringement framing, and responsibility for protection framing. Now, one more caveat before I continue is that, and it's partially dictated by the nature of the hearing, right? It was triggered by Cambridge Analytica, which is an inherently vertical case. We had relatively low numbers of occurrences of horizontal privacy discourse. We still had it, right? And there's some interesting dynamics around it, but it was not as rich and not as present as vertical privacy. So for the remainders of the analysis, we had to collapse the primary and secondary horizontal privacy relationships and just look at the kind of this upper level of the construct. In addition, we had some unit of comparison that we used to try and understand the dynamics of framing use in this discourse. So as Rotem mentioned, we're now in the process of comparing the United States and the European Union. And in addition, we compared government and industry, and we also tried to understand whether there are any ideological differences in framing of privacy. And this is one of the kind of points where we really looking for more feedback, because whereas in the United States there is this kind of distinction that we can build on between Democrats and Republicans, in the EU the political map is much more complex. So we try to work with previous research to kind of to make the two cases comparable, but we're not sure that we are there or whether even the liberal and conservative labels apply here. So I'd be happy to hear what others think in the Q&A. So what did we find? So I will briefly talk, I'll throw quite a lot of graphs at you right now with some observations about orientation and proximity and about responsibility attribution. So unsurprisingly, as I already mentioned, the discussion was dominated by vertical privacy oriented framing. You can see this is the dark blue in this pie chart. There were not really significant differences or like any differences, right? It was used more in the European Union and the US. It was used more by the industry and the government, and it was both used more by the liberal and conservative lawmakers. So this was not something particularly surprising. Where things get interesting is once we start kind of trying to differentiate. There was no kind of geographical differences, right? Where it does get interesting is when we start comparing stakeholder groups. So if you look at this chart that compares frequencies of the use of vertical and horizontal framing, we can see that relatively speaking, right, government representatives tended to use a vertical framing more frequently compared to Mark Zuckerberg of the industry, whereas the horizontal framing, as infrequent as it was still more frequently employed by the industry as opposed to the government. And we find further kind of reinforcement of this dynamic when we look at the strength of the framing used by the government and by the industry. Whereas there were no kind of significant differences in the vertical orientation, we see that there are significant differences in horizontal orientation with industry tends to use much richer descriptions of horizontal privacy compared to the government. And this is super interesting because, as we mentioned before, previous research suggests that users tend to think about privacy in horizontal terms. And in a way, many of the technical solutions offered by Facebook, Meta, are oriented towards management of horizontal privacy. And we can see in the discussion how oftentimes Mark Zuckerberg would be asked a vertically oriented question by a member of the Senate, or in this case, or Congress, or the European Parliament, and then he would respond in horizontal terms. So here in this example that you see on the screen right now, right? The question is about how Facebook data disclosed to Facebook can be used by other third parties and the responsibility of Facebook in this context. And the response by Mark Zuckerberg is that Facebook does give users the ability to control the horizontal dissemination of the private information horizontally, right? There's a control right there about who you're going to be sharing it with, whether it's your friends or public or specific group, right? So completely dodging the vertically oriented question. Moving on, we can see slight differences in the vertical and horizontal, in the use of vertical and horizontal framing across the ideological lines. So whereas the liberal lawmakers tend to use more the vertical orientation, the conservative, again, relatively. The conservative lawmakers tend to use more frequently the horizontally oriented framing. The differences are not significant, but the dynamics, we find them interesting. And these dynamics are further reinforced also in the strength of the frames used, right? Liberal lawmakers tend to use richer frames for vertical privacy, whereas conservative lawmakers tend to use richer frames for horizontal privacy, which again we find interesting as it kind of goes along the ethos of individual responsibility and placing kind of the responsibility with the individual in an array of policy issues. Now, when we try to separate, and we can only do it for the vertical-oriented privacy framing between primary and secondary relationships, right? We can see that the US lawmakers tend to use richer frames in general for kind of across the board, and these are significant differences. And with, like when it comes to the vertical secondary framing, but not when it comes to the vertical primary framing, which is interesting, right? We will see a little bit more about this when we look at the ideological split in the US. And there, what we can see is that the vertical secondary framing was much richer among the Democratic lawmakers compared to the Republicans, right? Again, an interesting kind of finding that supports our previous observation about richer discourse among the Republicans for the horizontal framing, right, as you can see again. But the Democratic lawmakers are more ready to discuss secondary relationships and kind of talk about the ecosystem of data flows and privacy management. Now, when we talk about responsibility, we find that in the debate in the US, where we were able to analyze it so far, we can see that there's more or less equal split between protection and infringement framing. But where it is getting more interesting is when we start splitting this into kind of looking at who is viewed as responsible for infringement versus protection, and also when we start dissecting this data across ideological and stakeholder lines. So when we're talking about infringement, we can see that there was a lot of discussion about third-party responsibility, namely Cambridge Analytica, as somebody who developed an app that was using Facebook infrastructure, right? A lot of responsibility of platforms for what's happening on, and then like some responsibility split between commercial third parties, states, individuals, and other third parties. When we look at the protection, right, most of the responsibility, interestingly, again, in the US, is being placed with the platforms as opposed to states or individuals. And a lot of this came also from Mark Zuckerberg, sort of taking responsibility and suggesting that Facebook can and will do more and is already doing more to protect its users' privacy. And obviously, this kind of another signal to the strategic use of framing, because this conversation happens under this kind of threat of further regulation of Facebook and other platforms. So this is kind of a bid for self-regulation on behalf of Facebook, but a lot of Congress people also support this inclination. Now, when we look at the split between government and industry, again, we can see that it kind of supports my previous point, right? Whereas the lawmakers talk about protection and infringement like really in a 50-50 split, Mark Zuckerberg tends to employ more protectionist framing, right? Like the kind of taking responsibility and for protecting privacy moving on, as a push, I would say, against the threat of regulation. We can see this further supported in when we look at the strengths. Again, the government here uses richer, stronger frames to talk about infringement compared to the industry. There's more emphasis in the infringement. When it comes to protection, then there's no kind of significant difference in the strength that is of the frames being used. Comparing the use of this kind of infringement and protection frames between the United States and the EU, we didn't see differences in frequencies, but when it comes to strength, right, we can see that the European lawmakers are using richer infringement frames compared to the US counterparts. And again, we don't see much difference in the richness of the protection frames. In the US, right, we can see again the liberal lawmakers are using richer infringement frames compared to the conservative counterparts. The differences are not significant, but I think the dynamic is really interesting, and there is not much difference again in protection. And one last graph that I'd like to share with you is the differences between the Democratic and Republican lawmakers when we talk about infringement and protection again, right? And the Democratic lawmakers are willing to, kind of again, like using richer frames, both when they talk about infringement. I think this is significant differences as opposed to protection, where there is a dynamic, but it's not as pronounced. So with that, we have some kind of conclusions and points to discuss. First of all, we see our research kind of contributes to the growing volume of literature that suggests that privacy is a multidimensional construct. So we show that privacy policy discourse is also multidimensional. We do see in this case that the lead discourses are dominated by vertical privacy framing, but we need to keep in mind the context in which this conversation happens. And we see signals that how to privacy framing being used strategically when we again like take context into account. And we do see that it reflects political ideology. It may be not as pronounced, and again, with a larger sample, with more cases of horizontal privacy framing, we may be able to say something more certain, but we think that our findings provide an indication to privacy being kind of an ideological issue as well. Some kind of preliminary kind of thoughts that we haven't had a chance to explore in this paper, but we have a kind of a sense that industry may dominate elite agenda setting. Given that these conversations that we analyzed, these hearings that we analyzed, are spaced over time, right? We can see instances where frames from T1 being picked up in T2, right? And we see a lot of frames by Mark Zuckerberg being picked up, sometimes critically, sometimes uncritically, right, in the following deliberations. And we were a little bit surprised to see that the United States and the European Union lawmakers were closer on many of the of the ways in which they frame and talk about privacy in more ways than we anticipated. With that, I will pause and I will welcome your questions and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
We're ready to take questions if anyone has any. Okay.
Thanks. I'm a little skeptical, I guess, of the claim that industry is dominating discussions here, precisely because of the nature of the case studies that have been chosen. They're sort of adversarial hearings where a single person from industry faces a range of senators or congresspeople or parliamentarians who might, tend to be generalists. And in particular, I wondered if you had sort of additional evidence of causation here, other than just the sort of time scale. Some of the things that Zuckerberg talks about are then later talked about by parliamentarians or congresspeople, because I think you'd sort of expect that. You'd expect them to question what he's saying and say, you said this, please elaborate, or something like that. And, just, I guess, if you could talk more about causation, that'd be really helpful. And yeah, beside that, great talk. Interested to hear your thoughts.
Liman?
Sure. We don't, that's the short answer, right, to your question. We don't have further evidence to this position. As I said, this is kind of a hunch that we're getting from the data. I think one of the interesting future steps would be to see, in what way, right, the lawmakers react to a particular language used by Mark Zuckerberg in the previous date, right? Because if this is used as a point kind of for further criticism, further elaboration, yes, this kind of undermines this gut feeling that we're getting. But if it is kind of accepted as truth to build kind of further arguments, for example, for industry self-regulation, etc., then I think that would sort of support. So basically, I think we need to look at the nature of the response to the language used by Mark Zuckerberg in prior days to answer this question. Plus, right, another kind of, this is right now what we're building, right, is a two-legged stool. We have the discourses of the lawmakers and we have the discourses of the kind of tech elite represented by a single speaker still, like a very important speaker, but still just one representative of the tech elite. But there's also the media, like there is a lot of research about the kind of agenda setting effect between policy and the media. And I think another way to think about this causality question, right, is to see which frames are being picked up, in the public discourse. But we haven't done that work yet. It's kind of thoughts for future projects. I hope it answered the question.
Yeah, no, definitely responsive. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation, both of you. We'll take a small break and then we'll move on to the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us.
Recording in progress.
Okay, this panel is Digital Divides and Online Manipulation from Detection to Prevention. And we have 5 speakers joining us. Our first speaker is Mohsen Mosla, a senior lecturer at the University of Exeter. Our second speaker is Almog Simon from the University of Bristol. Then we have Jason Reifler, professor of political science at the University of Exeter, Fabio Carella, senior research associate at the University of Bristol, and Don Halford, senior research associate at the University of Bristol. And we'll be taking questions at the end.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohsen Mosla. I just came from University of Exeter. Today I'm going to talk about a project we did on measuring exposure to misinformation from political elites. So a cornerstone of the study of misinformation is to how to identify this kind of like questionable content on the internet. So one common way of doing so is to use a list of domains that are rated as untrustworthy by professional fact checkers and identify users who share content from those kind of websites. It's been used a lot by many researchers, but at the same time, it needs the user active engagement with this kind of content, user share content from this website. Also, it accounts for a small portion of the social media ecosystem. That is, these are the random fake news websites that are around for a while and then they just disappear, and then we need to collect a new list of bad domains from from the fact checkers and so on. But what about misinformation that comes from political elite, in particular being exposed to false content from political elite? For example, the famous case of the false claims by Republicans about the fraud in US 2020 election. Just one example, looking at this scorecard by PolitiFact about the previous US President Donald Trump, and you can see more than half of the claims made by the previous US President fact-checked by PolitiFact were found to be false. And at the time, Donald Trump had more than millions of followers, like around 80 or 90 million followers, and all of these followers were exposed to this kind of false content. And thanks to Elon Musk, this account is activated again on Twitter, so again, people are exposed to this kind of content. So in order to measure the exposure to this kind of false content made by political elites, we seek out to introduce a simple measure, particularly on Twitter. So what we did was that we gathered around 800 entities from PolitiFact. These are around 800 US political elites who were fact-checked at least 3 times by the fact-checking website PolitiFact. We then mapped that into their Twitter account. So for each entity on PolitiFact, we find associated Twitter account. Then for each elite, we calculated a falsity score based on the results of the ratings from PolitiFact, from the true all the way to pants on fire, mapping into a score of 0 to 1, and whatever I'm presenting here also holds true if we use other linear mapping between these categorical variables and the rating. So we averaged over the ratings from the PolitiFact, and we came up with a falsity score for each political elite. Now, we introduce our misinformation exposure score by simply averaging over falsity score of all elites a user follows on Twitter. Now, we wanted to see how this misinformation exposure score we just introduced relates to different features of the users who follow these kind of good versus bad elites in terms of the content as rated by professional fact-checker website PolitiFact. To explore this, we sampled around 5,000 Twitter users who followed at least 3 elites from our list of 800 political elites for whom we have these falsity scores from the fact-checking website PolitiFact. We gathered all their tweets. We extracted the tweets. We looked at the URLs. We also collected all accounts they followed on Twitter so that we can investigate the content they shared as well as the accounts they commonly follow on this platform. So the first thing that we looked at was the relationship between our measure of misinformation exposure and the commonly used way of rating the quality of content people share on Twitter. So on the x-axis here, I have the misinformation exposure score calculated as I just described. And on the y-axis, I have the fact-checker's trustworthiness rating of the content people shared on Twitter. As you can see, we find a significant and negative relationship between the two, that is, being more exposed to misinformation from political elite is associated with sharing more low-quality content as rated by professional fact-checkers. There's always this claim about the professional fact-checkers being politically biased and negatively evaluate content from the right-leaning news outlet. So we also look at the relationship between our measure of misinformation exposure and the quality of content rated by a crowd of politically balanced lay American people, and we found similar pattern. We also look at the misinformation exposure score and political ideology, and we found, aligned with the prior work in the literature, that more conservative users are more likely to be exposed to misinformation from political elite as measured by our misinformation exposure score. Similarly, we look at misinformation exposure score and the average toxicity of language used among the user in our sample. And this is using the Google Jigsaw Perspective API. And we found that being more exposed to misinformation from political elite is also associated with sharing more toxic language on the platform. Furthermore, we look at the network level. So in order to see what are the accounts are commonly followed by those who have high versus low misinformation exposure score, we constructed a network within our sample. So we first constructed this bipartite network of the users and the accounts they follow. So on one hand, we have the list of users, and on the other hand, we have all the accounts they followed on Twitter. So this is a huge network with millions of rows, millions of nodes, and then we collapse that network into a monograph network where we have each node represents an account followed by users in our sample, and the link between two nodes represents the common followers. So two nodes are connected if they share a follower, and the weight of that network is proportional to the number of common followers within our sample. Having this network, we could apply different network analysis techniques, in particular looking at the clustering or the modularity index or community structure within this network. So having done that, we came up with 3 clusters. So each cluster is the accounts followed by users in our sample, and those nodes are closer to each other if they share more followers. We see that there are 3 distinct clusters within this network. One is the more kind of like left-leaning accounts. The other one is more kind of like center or center-left-leaning accounts, and there is one that's more kind of like right-leaning accounts. Now, I can look at the characteristic of these accounts as represented by the characteristics, average characteristics of their followers from our sample. If for each node or in each node in our network, we could average the ideology of people who follow this account. So obviously we have this kind of like right-leaning cluster of the account. And if we look at the misinformation exposure of this cluster, we can see similar pattern we just observed in the individual level, also as the network level. That is the cluster of the accounts that are followed mostly by conservative users also is the same cluster of the accounts that are more exposed to misinformation. At another level, we'll look at the relationship between the extremity of the political ideology and being exposed to misinformation from political elite. We found an asymmetry in terms of exposure, that is more extreme users are more likely to be exposed to misinformation from political elite, where for the right-leaning users, whereas we did not observe that pattern for the liberal users. So as you can see here, being more extreme is more kind of like, you're more likely to be exposed to misinformation from political elites, whereas this slope is much lower for the liberal users. We built a tool on, we built a public tool on the following website, Misinformation Exposure, where you can put the username of any given Twitter handle, Twitter account, or both in terms of like the Twitter user account as well as their screen names to get back their ideology as well as the level of being exposed to misinformation. We also made a public API service, so you can send requests to our servers to get all these scores, both in terms of ideology and misinformation exposure for a large set of users. We tested this for more than 300 million users, which is almost more than half of the active users on the platform. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, my name is Almog. I'm a postdoc at the University of Bristol, and I'm going to talk to you today about micro-targeting. And first I'd like to acknowledge my collaborators here, Adam Sutton, Matthew Edwards, and Steve Lewandowski sitting over here. So let's talk about the micro-targeting manipulation machine. And this is the idea that you could target people based on social media data and extract the psychological characteristic, and then tailor specific messages that are supposed to be more persuasive to their psychological characteristics. And I think that the concern is that this will be done in political aspects. So whether this persuasion attempt will be for political action or inaction. Now, this obviously resonates with the Cambridge Analytica scandal, in which the company targeted people based on their personality and was involved in the Trump and Brexit campaigns in over 60 countries. However, Cambridge Analytica is no longer in business, but the micro-targeting industry is far from over. And I would like us to think of how we can protect ourselves from such manipulations. And the only, well, after thinking about this, pretty much the only thing that comes to mind for us is that we need algorithmic transparency. We need to know how the manipulation machine is designed, whether it is effective, and only then we can build effective interventions to try to curtail these effects. So this is what my talk is going to be address. Now I don't have a microphone. Basically, from detection and action, and we'll leave the prevention for another time. But we need to know how this machine is designed and whether it is effective. So let's start with the detection and how we try to tackle this. So to understand whether a particular message is tailored to Alice or Bob or Steve, we need to know the personality of the user, but we also need to know the personality of the target audience. So we'll have a way to see if those two align. And this is what we're trying to do with some text modeling. We had developed two models. One which is based on the text that people write in order to infer their personality. And the other model is about the text that they consume, what they read, and from that trying to predict what type of language is more appealing to different personalities. And the way that we did this was with two different models. The first model, as I told you, this is the model that is predicting or trying to model personality from the text that people write. So what we did was basically go to Reddit, a social media platform, and we recruited about 1,100 participants who gave us their personalities from personality inventory, and also they consented for us to model their comments through Reddit, so we can build a machine learning model that predicts their personality from the text that they write. In the second model, what we did was building on the first model and expanding it. So we went and had a larger sample of Reddit users, and we collected their text that they wrote. We applied the first model, which was basically to get their predicted personality, and then we went and saw what type of post, what type of text they read on Reddit. This was on fiction writing communities, and only on text that they posted, that they commented something positively on. So we know that they read it, and we know that they have a favorable opinion on it. We modeled this. So I don't have the time to get into the details of the model, but what you do need to understand here is that we have two different models. One is from predicting the personality of people from the text that they write, and the second is from predicting the personality of people from the text that they read. And how do the models perform? What we have here is the Pearson correlation with the different personality dimensions. This is, for those of you who are not familiar with the Big Five personality model, these are different dimensions of personality from the Big Five. And on the first model that predicts the personality of people from the text that they write, we have a correlation of about 0.33 in average, which is within the state-of-the-art estimates of what we know about predicting personality. So this is, while it's not novel, it was, because this is something that had been done before, it's still something that was important for our model to get, because this was the only way to get the second model, which is the prediction of personality from the text that people consume. And as you see, the predictions here are not as good as in the first model. It's much more indirect. However, this is the first time that, as long as we know that this had been attempted, so there is no baseline. And we actually see this as evidence that it is indeed possible to detect the type of text that is more persuasive to different personalities on social media. So we have a way that perhaps can detect such attempts, but is it really more persuasive? When it comes to the persuasion, whether it is indeed effective to have micro-targeting ads, what we did was to go to Facebook, and we collected about 1,500 ads, political ads from Facebook, and we applied our model that's supposed to tell us how persuasive or how appealing it is to people of different personalities, specifically on the openness scale. We selected some of those items and to be validated by participants, and we saw that indeed what the model thinks that it's supposed to be appealing to people of people are high on openness or low on openness. This is indeed what people think it's supposed to be. So we have this validation of humans and also what our computational model says, which is nice. It's only a validation, but is it really more persuasive? I'll tell you this in a minute, but just so we can have this in context of what it means for the model and for people to say, well, this is an ad that's supposed to appeal to people low on openness, so this is the type of ad. And you can read it right, so avoid traveling unless essential for work, education, or other permitted exception, or this is supposed to be for low on openness or high on openness. Check out this Dr. Susan Oman's visually stunning digital exhibition, right? So you can actually see the different types of ads here that's supposed to be more appealing to the people of different personalities. So is it more effective? What we did is to try this in a pre-registered experiment, and we gave participants the different ads, and we collected their personality on an openness to experience scale. And what we see is that it is indeed more persuasive. So on the orange here, you can see the ads that are supposed to be appealing to people of high openness to experience. So on the x-axis, you can see the actual personality of those of the participants, and on the y-axis, the persuasiveness rating. So people who are high on openness to experience do rate ads that are supposed to be high on openness as more persuasive, and people who are low on openness to experience rate those ads as less persuasive. So you can see that through this interaction. However, we don't see what the model predicts to be low in openness to experience. I have a theory about this, but we can talk about it later if you want. Just to sum this up, we wanted to understand whether we can detect those the manipulation machine, to understand how it is designed, and we have that through the text modeling. We wanted to know whether this is an effective strategy, and we do find evidence that it is indeed effective. And I told you that I'm not going to talk about the prevention today and the plans for prevention, but I do want to say a little something about how easy it is to disseminate those in the age of generative AI. So I guess most of you know about ChatGPT and GPT-3, the new language models that can generate text really easily and very well. So what we did in just to understand how people can use this for the manipulation machine is to feed we fed the model with the original ad. This is the ad saying, vaccines should be available to everyone, everywhere, tell Boris Johnson to take action. And we told GPT-3, well, generate this ad to be persuasive to people high on openness. And this is what GPT-3 said. Now experience the extraordinary and join the global movement for universal access to vaccines. Sign up now and help make sure everyone everywhere can benefit from the power of vaccines. And we told GPT-3 again to do it for people who are low on openness. And then it says, protect yourself and your family, get your vaccines and stay safe, take the traditional approach and join the fight against the disease, tell Boris Johnson to take action now. We did this for the entire data set that we have, and indeed we find significant differences where a model predicts to be low or high on openness with the actual GPT-generated ads. So coming back to the idea of the manipulation machine, I think that this is something that we should be concerned about, and we should strive to make our online spaces safer and more transparent. And we need this type of research and research of all of you to understand how we can do that. And thank you for your attention.
Hi, my name is Jason Reifler. I'm at the University of Exeter, and I'm going to talk some about YouTube and the YouTube algorithm and whether or not it radicalizes folks. So there are reasons why we might want to be concerned about YouTube. It's one of the most consumed websites and social media platforms on the internet. Over 1 billion hours of content watched every day. That's a lot. My kids are definitely a non-negligible percentage of that. My wife and I probably should be more attentive to what they're watching. We can talk about that in the Q&A if you want. In 2018, in the New York Times, Zeynep Tufekci made this really powerful claim, and this has been a part of talks that she's been giving for a while, which is that the YouTube algorithm radicalizes people. That you start watching one piece of content, and before you know it, you are into like really, really extreme versions of this. And this has potentially really strong implications for things that are related to politics or and getting people to more extreme. As somebody whose hobby is cooking, the first time I heard this talk, I've always been disappointed that I'm not being brought to more extreme cooking techniques. Maybe I'm already very extreme in my cooking. So there are, I can't read the text of that one back there, so I'm gonna have to look up here. So the YouTube, in response to some of these critiques, made some rather substantial changes to its algorithm, and in rather self-congratulatory fashion has said, look, we've been able to drastically reduce the amount of bad content that's consumed on our platform, and that we've changed our algorithm, and now things are much better. There has been more mixed evidence in terms of evaluations of the algorithm and YouTube as a platform more recently. But one of the sort of big narratives that continues to stay out there is, are people falling down these algorithmic rabbit holes of being brought to ever more extreme content? So we look at this in the context of alternative and extreme right-wing content in the United States, and the extent to which viewers are watching bad content, so getting a sense of how much alternative and extremist right-wing content is being watched in the first place. And then from there, do we see people being given recommendations to more of that content, and is that further radicalizing them and taking them into content they may not have otherwise seen? So the approach of our study is we have a sample, a survey. We do a survey with a bunch of respondents drawn from 3 separate populations, and participants in our survey were incentivized and consented into installing a browser extension that then recorded what they were doing on YouTube. So we can actually see what they are doing, and we can now tie it back to attitudinal and demographic markers to see who is consuming more or less. And also, because we're seeing what they're doing on platform, we're getting the panel, what to watch next panel, and so we know what specifically is being recommended to them. All the results that I'm going to present are weighted back to reflect the US population, and we take our alternative and extremist channel definitions from a variety of expert sources. To scholars, we will spread the list around, but we don't publish the full list to avoid amplification of alternative and extremist content. So here are the different types of content that people view. So the yellow is alternative content. The red is extremist content. The blue is mainstream media, and white is everything else. And so the way to read this graph is alternative content is 2.7% of the consumption that we see in our sample. Watching videos from extremist channels is just less than 0.5%. Watching mainstream media news sources is about 5%, and everything else, as you might expect, is a lot. Now, within these sets of charts, the cross-hatching means that people are subscribed to that channel. So the vast majority of what people are watching is, when they're watching alternative and extremist content, it's because they're already subscribed to that channel. The next means that they're subscribed to another channel of the same category. So these folks are watching an alternative, a video from an alternative channel, the alt-right, and are not subscribed to the current channel, but are subscribed to another alt-right channel. And then there's the share of people who are subscribed to not that channel nor any other of the same category and are then consuming it. So we can see already that the vast majority of people are already subscribed to this type of content. And this is even more dramatic in the extremist, less so in the news, and then just for completeness, we have all of this, but this covers literally everything else in YouTube. It covers the cooking videos I watch, the Disney princess videos that my younger daughter watches, the Harry Potter backstory videos that she watches, and I don't actually know exactly what my older daughter watches these days. That's probably bad. Here is 2 figures showing the same data, that the majority of the consumption of alternative and extremist content is concentrated in a small set of super users or super consumers. So it only takes, it's a very, very small percentage of the user base that's accounting for 75+% of the consumption. Now this is the case across all types of content, but you can see it's much more dramatic for the alternative and extremist types of content. This figure here shows the predictors of consumption of alternative, extremist, and mainstream media. Now, our assumption going in was that things related to racial resentment and hostile sexism as markers of things that are fairly predominant tropes and thematic elements of alt-right and extremist content. So we had batteries measuring those, and we find that those are positively associated with the consumption of alternative and extremist content. Now, going into this, our assumption had been that it's actually the racial resentment, given the sort of rise of white nationalism in the United States, that would be the stronger predictor. If you have only one of these two in the model, both are significant. But once you include both, it's actually hostile sexism that's doing the majority of the work. So that was one of the interesting findings that it's not perfectly in line with what we expected. So here is a series of waffle plots that focuses on, given a type of channel that you are currently watching, what are the types of channels that are being recommended. So if you're watching an alternative channel, each one of these little boxes shows you what 1% of the recommendations are and what type of channel they're coming from. So approximately 34% of recommendations shown on a video from an alternative channel are to other videos from alternative channels. Just 3% are to extremist, and then we have some news content, and then we have everything else. For extremist channels, you can see, again, the modal is to recommendations to other videos from other extremist channels. Some to alternative and to mainstream. Now, when you're in mainstream media, only a very small percentage of recommendations are to videos from alternative channels. And if you're on everything else, again, even smaller, and almost no recommendations to videos from extremist channels. Now here is what is actually being followed. So the first is what's being shown. Given what's being shown, what are you following? And we do see here that it's a little bit higher. If you're watching an alternative channel, there's higher of actually following, conditional on being recommended. Same with extremists, same within mainstream, same within other channels. So if you're watching something, you're likely to watch another video of the same type. But what we don't see, and I think this is crucial, is we don't see, particularly in the alternative channels here, we don't see really large proportions moving on to the extremist channels. And when we're in the mainstream and other, we don't see really large percentages going into the alternative or into the extreme. So this brings us to the sort of larger question of how prevalent and common are rabbit holes on YouTube. And in our data, given our sample, we don't find a lot of evidence of this. That is, if you start with how often are people watching these, and then taking into account if they watched it, were they recommended that video? So in order for it to be an algorithmic rabbit hole, they have to watch it. It has to be something that they've been recommended to watch. So it means not being taken in from off-platform sources. It has to be something that is more extreme based on our categories than what people have previously watched. So if it's taking you to something more extreme, which is the sort of premise of the rabbit hole, and it has to be a channel that you're not already subscribed to. So if you're already subscribed to, you have taken a concrete step to say, you like this type of content. And once we go through all of those steps and narrow it down, we find only what we call 108 rabbit hole events. That is, people going through this full chain of the YouTube algorithm radicalizing them. So you might think this sort of lets YouTube off the hook. I don't think that's exactly the conclusion there. I think that one of the things to point out is this content is still available on YouTube. The extent of subscribing is really letting people access these channels, and it makes it prevalent in their feed. So there's a platform feature subscribing to a channel that makes this content surface and be really prevalent for folks. In fact, you can even see this in some of YouTube's, once you know this and you parse their statements about how much good work they've done, they make their statement sort of conditional, and it says, we've cut the exposure to viewing bad content to non-subscribed channels. There's this sort of non-subscribed qualifier in their self-congratulatory text. So there isn't strong evidence that the algorithm is currently radicalizing. Our study period was done after YouTube changes, so all of the bad things that people said before may well have been true. We are not saying that those things aren't true. There are, I think, a lot of sort of broader questions over, we don't find zero radicalization or rabbit hole events. So at what level are rabbit hole events a problem? Is our level, the small level that we observe, is that still potentially a problem? It may well be. Would more finely grained codings of alternative through extremist, where we could more finely chop up going to more extreme, would that allow us to see more? That would be another possibility. And I think I'm out of time. And then that's something very cute that my older daughter did that I sometimes do in talks when I have time. But Steve has given me the watch sign, so I don't.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fabio, and I'm going to present to you a study that is actually a little bit of work in progress and whose provisional title is on the screen, and it's quite clickbaiting, I have to admit, so the truth contagion effect. This is part of a bigger study, it's part of a project. It's called the Honesty Project. That is a joint project between the University of Bristol and the Technical University of Graz. So just for a little bit of context, what we are interested in is to understand, to understand how honesty is perceived and valued in political discourse, more precisely in the US political discourse. And we do this, well, we started to do that considering a tripartite framework of honesty, the one you see on the screen here on the right. But then we switched to a bipartite model of truth that is fairly similar to the one you still see on the screen, but we kind of dropped this dimension, the fostering understanding dimension for our study. So what we're doing is, we kind of, our hypothesis is that honesty ceases to be a unified concept. So someone should be considered, especially politicians, should be considered honest when they tell the truth or seek to do so. So this truth-seeking dimension. But our idea is that honesty kind of fractured over time in more than one dimension. giving birth to this belief-speaking dimension, meaning someone can be considered honest, as in the case of populist figures, when they simply tell what's on their mind, when they simply defy the truth-seeking dimension itself. So what we did was to, we started, wanted to observe the presence of this two dimension in US political discourse, more precisely in tweets. So we developed two lists of keywords, one for each dimension. We refined that through survey, and we used word embeddings to see the similarity between the dictionaries and the tweets that we had. And you can see that in 2016, both dimensions actually increased their presence in the tweets that we analyzed, and this is regardless of the party considered. Another more interesting thing I have to say is the relationship that we found between the information quality, so the quality of the information shared by a politician in the US, and the dimension that I was talking about. So you can see that, especially, better, only for Republicans, there is a negative correlation between the belief speaking in the tweets and the information quality. Now, the information quality is measured using NewsGuard, which is a fact-checking service, and you can see that the more a tweet is belief-speaking, in a way, the less, the more the quality of the information goes down. And the opposite is true for the truth-seeking score that we have. Democrats don't seem to show any kind of effect. Starting from this, we are currently, and this is where the truth contagion comes into place. So what we're doing now is to consider the audience reaction. So we have a set of replies to the tweets we collected, and we want to see two things at the same time. So the first is kind of how the components that we've seen, so the belief-speaking and the truth-seeking components, align between the tweet and the replies that the tweet triggers. So there are several hypotheses. For example, a belief-speaking tweet can trigger belief-speaking replies, or can trigger truth-seeking replies, or nothing happens. And the second kind of study is the relationship between the honesty components and the polarization. When I say polarization, I mean affective polarization in the replies that we collected. So what we are actually seeing is that there is a sort of contagion effect in place, meaning that when we see belief speaking in a reply as a dependent variable in two models, here you can see that there is a positive estimate of belief tweet. This belief tweet is just the belief speaking of the tweet. And there is a negative estimate of truth seeking, which is, however, not significant. And when we do the same for truth seeking in the replies, you can see the opposite, meaning that truth seeking in the tweet triggers truth seeking replies, and belief speaking seems to have a negative relation with truth seeking in the replies. When we split this by party and by ideological affiliation of the repliers, we see more or less the same. So we calculated the ideology score of the people who replied using Mosley's actually score, and we, and we can see that the contagion effect is still in place. Now, sorry for the small font, but you have on the left you have two graphs. On the y-axis you have the belief-speaking polarization score, and here you have the belief of the reply. Sorry, the belief-speaking score of the replies, and the belief-speaking score of the tweet. And you can see there is a positive correlation between the two. This is regardless of party and of ideology of the repliers. On the right, you have the truth-seeking of the tweet, and shows how this is negatively affiliated with the belief-speaking score of the replies. And you can see the opposite effect for when you have the truth-seeking reply score on the y-axis. So you can see there is a positive correlation between the truth-seeking score of the replies and the truth-seeking score of the tweets. As far as the polarization analysis goes, we see that there is, so first of all, we calculated the polarization using a vocabulary approach developed by Almog, Simchon, and we can see that the two components have an opposite effect. So on the left you have, so on both graphs you have the polarization of the replies, that this is just the relative frequency of polarizing words in a reply, so on both y-axis. And on the left here you have the belief-speaking score of the tweet. And you can see there is a positive correlation between the belief speaking score of the tweets and the polarizing words that, that the replies contain. And at the same time, there is a negative correlation with the truth-seeking score of the tweets and the polarizing words that the reply contain. So to sum up, we can see that, so starting from the contagion effect study, we can see that the tone of the conversation, meaning, is determined by the initiating politician. Now, one can say, well, that's kind of obvious because if I tweet something emotional, I'm probably going to receive emotional replies back. But that's a good thing, I have to say, meaning that if we could, in a way, convince that at least in a political context, at least in social media, maybe framing communication in a certain way could improve communication itself, the sanity of the conversation, that could be a good thing to do. Now, I don't want to say that belief speaking is bad itself and truth seeking is a good thing, but still we found that, at least in this study, belief speaking was positively correlated with both polarization and misinformation. So maybe itself is not a bad thing, but it can be used by certain actors as a bad framing narrative. So thank you very much, that's all.
Going to do that. Right, okay, yes, still audible, good. Okay, so I'm Dawn Holford, I'm from the University of Bristol, and my talk, I'm going to close this session with a talk on an intervention against polarization in online spaces. Now, coming at the end of 4 talks talking about the problems, this feels like very much a tiny drop in the bucket, but there we go. So this is work that is led by our very brilliant student, Fintan Smith, and collaborators Almog and Stephen Lewandowski. So after we've heard those 4 talks about how our online spaces are structured, it's probably no surprise to see that, well, our discourse, our societies are getting more and more polarized, like that figure shows. And we see this in our online spaces and the content that's shared there on our social media account and the web. Here are some examples of headlines that you can see use sort of attacks on individuals or ad hominem attacks. They use very emotional language to try and grab attention. And I think the critical thing here is that it's very derogatory towards someone who's on the opposite side of an issue. So basically, really using very inflammatory language against people who are on the opposite side of an issue to you. And a lot of this we also see is spread by people just like you and me. There are, of course, disinformation and political actors putting it out there, but what we wanted to see was, well, how do we stop people engaging with this? Because we know that engagement also feeds the algorithms that recommend more, and it also gets that information spread around. So we approach this from the question of, well, first of all, why do people share that information? Why do they engage with it? And there isn't really a simple answer to that question. It's quite a complex issue. There's many factors at play. Some of you may have come across the Pennycook and Rand model, sort of, where it's accuracy that's playing an issue, where people maybe are uncertain about the accuracy or they don't think about it, and so when they're sharing misinformation, they're unintentionally sharing it because they don't know it's misinformation. Now, that's one way to look at it. But when we're looking at polarized content specifically, I think we have to consider that there are other issues at play, and it may well be that people are sharing it as a sort of partisanship behavior. So because of this existing and increasing polarization in society, people want to share content that supports their particular in-group and maybe attacks the other out-group without considering how that actually increases that polarization and the hostilities in the environment that they're operating in. So this is the pathway that we tried to address with our intervention. And we looked to the literature on psychological inoculation for this. And so very briefly, psychological inoculation is just sort of pre-exposing people to a weakened dose of the rhetorical techniques used in creating harmful content, or put another way, we're warning people about the misleading strategies that is used to create harmful content. And this intervention has been shown to be effective in many domains, such as climate change, against radicalization and COVID-19. So for us, we were looking to apply that in depolarization, in the depolarization of online spaces. So our student Finton, he came up with this video. So it's 90 seconds long, but because this is a short talk, I'm just going to play you the 40 seconds in the middle that has the sort of key components, so you get a flavor of what it's like. If I could get some help playing that, because I'm not sure if that will.
We're angry about a political issue. It can be tempting to get personal and attack people we disagree with online. The hate pushers know this and flood social media with content that engages us and makes us more hateful towards those we disagree with. They often use a few tactics to do this, which can be pretty easy to spot. Scapegoating posts pin the blame for a problem on a particular group of people unfairly and without justification. Ad hominem attacks target people not for what they say or do, but instead their character. Unnecessary emotional language will be used to suck you in and make you feel angry and afraid. This content damages our democracies and divides us all, and that's not good for anyone. So when you see posts online like these, be aware you may be being manipulated.
Right, so yes, you can see the video explains some of the techniques that are used to mislead and create divides among people. So we brought this into the lab, and we've done 3 experiments on this that I'm going to be sharing now. And they've basically used this experimental design. So our participants came from the polling company YouGov, and they sort of click on a YouGov survey and they go into the experiment, which first thing we do is randomize them into either an inoculation or control condition. So in the inoculation condition, they see that warning video. In the control condition, they see a video of similar length. I've just shown you an example there, which is basically just describes the structure of the British political system. And then after that, watching that video, we show them a bunch of headlines. Now, critically, the headlines, there are 2 types of them. And one of them, and they differ in terms of the intensity of that polarization. So these are headlines that are about this, a specific issue. I'll explain the issues in a second. We tried them with a couple of issues. And one sort of headline is what we call effective headlines. So the effective stimuli includes derogatory comments, specifically derogating the outgroup. And then the other type of headlines is sort of issue-based. So these are headlines that are not exactly positive about the specific issue. However, they do not contain that inflammatory content. So we presented these headlines in random order, so within subjects design, to our participants. And for each of the headlines, we got a measure of engagement. So we'd ask them, how likely are you to share this? How likely are you to click on that content? And that formed our dependent variable that we're interested in. Okay, so I've got 2 case studies here where we tested this. The first one was done in the UK around the issue of Brexit. And I'm sure most of you know that this is quite a divisive issue in this country between the side that wished to remain in the European Union and the side that wished to leave it. So this is how we operationalized the headlines I was talking about in the last slide. And we created mirror versions of each one so that it would be tailored to whichever side the participant was on. So the critical thing here is that we always showed a headline that was sort of negative towards the opposite side of the issue. So for example, people who wanted to remain in the European Union got shown headlines. In the effective condition, it was attacking Brexiters, so people who wanted to leave. In the issue-based, so non-derogatory condition, it would have, these headlines would have been sort of not positive about Brexit, but more focused on the issue. And then the ones that the people who wanted to leave the EU were shown would just be the opposite, targeting the Remainers and so on and so forth. So showing now the results, so we did 2 experiments on this. And you can see here from the first one, we have 2 main effects of interest. So first I'll talk about the inoculation effect. The people who watched the inoculation video, which is shown on the left side of the x-axis, they were much less likely to engage. So I'm showing a sort of combined engagement score from the clicking and the sharing intentions here. So the video was effective at reducing it, but for both types of headlines. Now this was quite interesting because we saw that people were less likely to want to share the effective headlines. So these were the ones derogating the outgroup, which is the line that you see in blue, and they were less likely to want to engage with it, than the issue headlines. So, And there was no interaction between them. So basically the inoculation video was reducing engagement with both types of headlines. So we replicated this again, but we updated the video a bit to try and make it a bit stronger. So we introduced some like polarization words to be made as part of the warning in the video. So that's an example of a frame that we added to in this replication study. And again, we see the results. I mean, if we're talking replication, that's pretty similar. So same thing, we found a significant effect where the inoculation video reduced the intents to engage with the information, but the effective headlines were still shared less than the issue-based ones overall, and there was no interaction. Okay, so moving on to case study 2, now we went over to the US, and we conducted this together with the US Polarization Research Lab, and we chose a different issue because Brexit doesn't really mean that much in the US, and we chose a pretty divisive issue as well because this is about abortion, and as many of you in this space will also know, this is a very polarizing issue in the US, especially around the recent Roe versus Wade legislation, let's say. So it's also an issue that's very much split along political lines. So we did the same thing here, mirror stimuli for participants who were Democrats and Republicans, where the effective headlines were always targeting and really derogating the out group, so the people on the other side of the issue, and then the issue-based headlines weren't positive about it, but they were not attacking using inflammatory language or anything like that. Okay, so very quickly now, results. Now this is a little bit different from what we found in the UK. The good thing is the inoculation video still works. It's still successful at reducing engagement. But we do find here that the US participants tend to engage more with the effective content. So that's the blue line. You can see it more clearly on the control side where the blue bar's higher than the orange one. And perhaps this might be why we see an interaction here where the inoculation video was more successful at reducing engagement with the effective content than with the only issue-based content. So to quickly sum up, we found that the inoculation video was consistently reducing sharing of the headlines. In the UK, this was the same for both types of headlines, and the participants tended to share to engage with the issue-based ones more than the effective ones. However, we did find an interaction with the US experiment, where the inoculation video was more effective at reducing engagement with the effective-based headlines. However, we do note that this may also be because there's more to work with the US sample, who were more likely to engage with those effective headlines in the first place. So, yes, overall takeaway here is that an inoculation video that warns people about sort of the polarizing rhetoric that's used could be a feasible intervention, but I will stress this is still only lab work, and it'd be very interesting to see how it plays out in the real-life online environments that we are in. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Do we have any questions? One sec. Oh, God, I'm stuck.
Thanks. It's just a very small follow-up on your presentation. I didn't really understand, is it a good outcome if the inoculation reduced the engagement with the issue-based headlines? Like, I didn't read all the issue-based headlines, but they were like neutral information about politics, basically?
So ideally, we want to have what we found in the third experiment, so this case study of US, like that's the ideal condition where it does reduce reduce engagement with the effective stimuli, but not so much the issue-based, because we do still want people to engage. So it's interesting because we have that base condition already that we see in the UK, which is people are already not engaging as much with the effective stimuli, and we could maybe look at the fact that it was done, so we did that experiment in 2021, I think, or early 2022, and that was several years after. I mean, I know that it was quite a long, drawn-out process, and there was still a lot of bad feeling, but that in itself is indicative of perhaps how much less willing people are to get into the whole effective side of things. But in a very fresh issue where tempers are running high, we do find that interaction effect we're hoping for. So it may be something to speak to as to the timing of when you want these warnings to go out before the issue has already been, I don't know, bashed to death in a way.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I was wondering, not related more to the speaker that was speaking before you, we were talking about going through the rabbit hole. I'm wondering how many of you actually went through the rabbit hole and what did you think about it?
In terms of the very limited way that we define it, I'm confident that I have not. In terms of a broader way of coding and thinking about not just within politics but across other issues, maybe. I still hold out hope that I'm, getting exposed to ever more extreme, crazy cooking techniques. But so far I'm not getting them so much, unless you think sous vide is a very out there cooking technique, but I don't think it is.
I can actually speak a bit to that because I spent my summer going into TikTok rabbit holes with my research assistants. And actually it was interesting. So we set up 6 different research profiles with different interests and we were supposed to just swipe through. So in TikTok, you just sort of keep going through the videos. I got assigned to health and vaccine related. Oh, it was really quick. You got into things that were increasingly intense and anti-vaccine and political. The one account that didn't go anywhere near any of that stuff was cooking. So maybe that's just a safe space. But we had the same with gender issues and even relationships or celebrity gossip. I think they went straight down the, feminism and anti-feminism rabbit hole there. So I guess it's good news that there are some safe spaces out there on TikTok, but other spaces maybe not so clean, especially as we're not so delineated where we only want one thing.
Do we have any other questions? Yeah.
So it's for the second speaker of the day. You mentioned that a little bit about algorithm transparency. How would you control IP, and in addition to that, the adversarial attacks that would involve that kind of release of IP itself and releasing your algorithms into the public, or at least for research community itself?
I'm sorry, I didn't really understand your question, partly because I'm trying to look at you and there's this blazing.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, but can you maybe repeat and try and...
Yep. So you mentioned algorithm transparency.
Yeah.
So by that, I took that as revealing how the algorithm functions and how you use that to push different kind of videos to videos or different kind of contents to your user base. How would you protect your IP in that case, and how would that affect adversarial attacks in terms of misinformation or disinformation by malicious users?
So I think that when we're talking about algorithmic transparency, what's important for us is that you would know why you're being targeted for a specific ad or a specific message. So I'm not quite sure how to answer your question, but I do want to say that when it comes to transparency we don't think that you should censor anything, or you won't allow any particular messages. At least not. This is not the way that we're trying to go. What we do want is to boost people to make their own informed decisions. And when you have this online space that you have been with all sorts of messages and all sorts of micro-targeted ads and information that's supposed to target you specifically and maybe push some psychological buttons, it's important to know why you're being targeted those specific messages, and maybe that could help people bring to their attention that they're being manipulated. And we know that from different experiments and studies that show that when you tell people about just the fact that you're being say high or low on a certain personality scale, you're less susceptible to ads that are supposed to target those audiences.
Yeah, I can. Is this on? Yeah. Just to add to that, I think it's you make a good point. And one of the forms of transparency that we're most interested in is access by independent researchers to what the algorithms do so they can be audited. Now, that doesn't translate into making everything available to bad faith actors who can then exploit that. The point of having independent audits is just so that the public knows what is going on the platforms, whereas at the moment, it's entirely opaque. And so the recent initiatives by the EU are pointing in that direction because they're now basically expecting the platforms to make their algorithms accessible to researchers, and protecting profits is not a good reason for the platforms to withhold access in the future. And I think that allows the public to have some control over what's going on, while at the same time not opening the door, as you were afraid of, to bad faith actors to reverse engineer that.
Any other questions? Okay then, thank you so much to all the speakers. That was wonderful. We'll move on to the next session soon.
forgive us. Zoom is giving us a little bit of difficulty right now, but we should have them up and running shortly.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't think anybody can see me. So let me try doing this one other way. And I may have to be on the screen twice.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so are we ready to go?
Yes.
Great. I will share my screen now and I will start. So hello everybody. Hello to everyone who are in the room and those who have joined us online. My name is Snehashish Banerjee. I am from the University of York School for Business and Society, and my research interest lies. I'm passionate about studying how individuals, businesses, and society as a whole can make the most of technology while obviating the risks that technology has to offer. And one of my current projects is about the use of the internet by older people. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. So here is a bit of a background of this research. I think humans are an inherently curious species. We have a lot of curiosity, and throughout our daily lives, we often feel uncertain and we want to make sense of uncertainties in our lives. And that's where we have what is called an information need. And as soon as we have an information need, we go to the internet to look up for information. This is really a huge advantage these days because we have access to information. So access to information is now no longer a problem, which is great. But there is a caveat. And the caveat is that there could be a lot of misinformation, and a lot has already been spoken about this topic in this conference throughout the day. And because there could be so much of misinformation and fake news camouflaged amid facts, that for the layperson who does not have domain expertise on a particular topic, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to distinguish between what is genuine and what is false, what is authentic and what is fictitious. Now, this problem it kind of became worse during the pandemic, because during the pandemic, when people wanted to satisfy their information needs by going onto the internet, they were having access to an avalanche of information, which the World Health Organization termed as the infodemic. So the pandemic in the offline world was giving rise to an infodemic in the online world, which made lives difficult for lay people who were finding it very difficult to grapple between the idea of which information to trust and which information to ignore or even discard and completely kind of don't bother about it and so on. And this problem was particularly prevalent. I mean, it was evident that while all the entire population would be facing this problem could be worse for older people because they're always assumed to be lying at the other end of the digital divide. Now, in an earlier session, we have spoken about digital divide and the economic divide and the empowerment divide and so on. I think in my talk, I am not really focusing more about the economic divide where older people don't have access to buy digital products, whereas I'm focusing more about the empowerment aspect, like how older people don't always feel confident enough to use technology. And moreover, what makes the challenge for older people even more difficult is that there are a lot of digital threats out there in the online setting. There are scams, there are fraudsters, and so older people are particularly cautious about having online thefts and losing money by sharing passwords and other sensitive information with others. And what made even worse was the fact that during the pandemic, because of the social distancing requirements, they could not always have access to people within their family members who could actually help them address the problems that they were facing online. So they were lonely. They had to they almost had no choice but to use technology because of the weird circumstances through which the world was going. And also many of them did not have access to the face-to-face support with their friends and family members and networks, which meant that if they were struggling to solve a problem, they were kind of stuck and had little mechanism to cope with that problem and continue with their information consumption practices. So that's why COVID kind of gave us an interesting context to study the challenges that older people face when it comes to the use of the internet. So based on this background, here is the objective of our research: to explore how people aged 65 plus search and process COVID-19 information. So this was the overarching objective of this research. The study context was the UK, and we relied on the academic literature around technology adoption and technology use. And one of the very dominant theories is the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology by Venkatesh et al., which has consistently documented the role of age, the age-based digital divide. And it has consistently shown that people who are at the wrong end of the digital divide, who are aged, are very slow in terms of using technology compared with the younger generation, which is a kind of no-brainer. But then, and of course there is literature which suggests that people can be deceived by hoaxes, but then the literature kind of lacks a rich understanding of how people process information during a crisis like the COVID-19 and how older people make sense of the infodemic that was out there during the pandemic. So that kind of gave us an interesting context to study older people's internet use. So this is our objective and rationale for this research. And in terms of methods, we conducted 28 in-depth interviews, and these were conducted during periods of strict lockdown and vaccine rollout in the UK. All the participants aged 65 plus and were internet users. So, which meant that we were not really targeting those participants who had no access to internet or who have never used internet, but we were specifically looking for those elderly who somewhat use the internet, but still they struggle. So those were the kind of our target participants. So because if there was participants who have never used the internet, we did not want to make them, we did not want to understand how they use the internet because they will be struggling for sure. But we wanted to study how people who already use the internet were doing. It's kind of that we were studying the sort of tech-savvy older people in this research, so to say. During the interview, these were some of the discussion areas. So we tried to kind of understand how COVID-19 related online information is perceived, analyzed, acted upon, and potentially shared with others through online channels. What is the overall experience of finding COVID-19 related information online? And what do they find easy and what are the challenges? And on top of that, we also asked them to do some navigation of the information search online, and we recorded their screens. So instead of just them saying to us what they were going through, we also kind of tracked what they were actually doing during the process of looking for online information related to COVID-19. So we had the in-depth interview and the screen recordings, and then we analyzed this qualitative data to infer the findings. I will talk about some of the key findings and key policy implications, but before that, because we captured the screen recordings, I have a video to show to all of you. Can you see the video?
Yes.
I can see it.
All right, thank you.
Is there supposed to be sound for this video?
Yes.
Okay, we might need to. Share with sound? Yeah, so you're gonna need to share with computer audio, otherwise we're not able to hear that.
Let me try sharing again.
Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, I think there should be an option to share with computer audio. And I think if you click that, we should be able to hear.
I'm not really getting any option to. Shall I send the link of that video and then you play it at your end?
Yeah, that would work. If you could just put it in the chat.
I think that will be simpler. Yeah. I will send it through the chat.
Thank you.
Sorry for this.
quite clear. But if you just Enfield Council's website is not.
And then press on the plus at the top.
I can't see a plus. What do I normally do?
So if you keep going up, yeah, and then across from there.
Because I could go to my well, if I went to my email one and used that and cross, you don't want me to do that, though, do you? I can't see a plus.
I know it looks like it's. I don't know. It looks like it's almost wasting space. You know, on the right hand side over here, yeah, there's the advert there, and there's a great big block here, and to me, it's just it doesn't look very neat.
I'm always very reluctant to touch anything that begins with ad. I don't know
Why is that?
Because I always think they're trying to sell me something.
Yeah. They send you many COVID-related emails.
Yeah, they do, and that's the problem. I get too many. So we were talking about this last night. You end up not reading them or clicking and thinking I'll read it later.
Yeah, it's not easy to see really. I mean, it got the top level there when I went in, and so I knew the total first and second doses, and I was then just wondering how that had been, how the second dose.
Common questions. What are the organs most affected?
This is actually not very clear.
Right.
If you read that information, it looks like it's for people who haven't had it yet.
Okay.
To see, so I don't know that I can find that on here.
I end up back at Google.
Why shouldn't you use Google?
Because it's following me all over. I mean, it's got a monopoly on information because I've got location on my phone, and it knows exactly where I've been. I use it as a Gmail. I suppose I should go. What's the word? Not anonymous. That you can sort of change your settings on it, but I do feel that it knows exactly all about you.
I'm a great supporter of the fact that disinformation is dangerous, and I am aware that a lot of disinformation happens on the web. But I'm not a person who's easily influenced, though.
Logically, I would think that because I'm not into the conspiracy theories at all without any evidence, I would think. I tend to think, and I do have a doctor friend whose opinion I trust. You know, I would have thought they'd give you either of them if there was any risk in them.
What could they have done better, or what are they missing on this site that could help with that?
Well, I think that they need to. I think it needs spelling out in very clear form. You know, so there'd be a headline: travel. This means at this point. This means that you can do this. See, this is set out much better in those boxes.
In what way?
Well, you've got little subtitles with clear. These are the symptoms, these are what you do, vaccination, all that, rather than, we looked at the last one I've looked at, it was all sort of linear and a lot of print, whereas this is, I think, easier to take in.
But yeah, no, but it's really interesting that you wouldn't be interested in this page, and that's absolutely fine. Like, if you're welcome to come out of this page and look for something else if this isn't for you. I guess
Sorry, I'll do as I'm told.
No, you're welcome to come out of it. I was just interested why you didn't feel like it was for you. So you said it's like the language used. Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Well, nothing's definite, is it? Which I know nothing's definite anyway.
And what is it about the diagram that you like?
Well, you've got little symbols to help you, and it's very clear. It's the symbol plus the writing around them.
I think we are done with the video, so I will share my screen again and I will continue for the rest of my presentation, if that's all right.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, I will just highlight a few key findings from this research. One particularly evident pattern was the difficulty that the participants faced in discerning the truth. And many of them focused on source credibility. For example, here is a participant who says, I could trust it because it's a government website, and if they put something on that was totally wrong, they would have to answer to that. So I would trust the site because they're at least accountable. And here is another quote which says, there's a hell lot of people who are more influenced perhaps by social media, listening to other people who have listened to somebody and spreading stuff about. And this was a pattern which we found again and again, that the older people in our sample, they valued source credibility, but they always adopted an if in doubt, avoid approach to unfamiliar sites. So anything which is familiar and they are very much confident that this must be a credible source like BBC or the government website, they were willing to trust it. But as soon as there's a website which is a slightly not so verified to be true, they were not willing to explore, but they were just willing to kind of avoid. This was a very prominent pattern which emerged from the data. Another is inclination to share information. Here is a participant who says, I use WhatsApp quite a lot. So there is a lot of WhatsApp chat groups and a lot of things get shared around within those. One thing appears in one group, and if it's for me, for instance, I like it, I forward it onto the family group. Another participant says, a lot of the information I get, I will pass on to my friend just in case she hasn't seen it. And with this kind of quotes, the pattern which emerged is that information sharing often happens among older people without verification, which means that these people, because they don't always verify before sharing information, they can become passages for the spread of misinformation. These were just two very interesting findings that emerged from the literature, but I won't be going through all findings, but I will move on to some key implications before I end. One is about how this demographic segment can stay safe online. I think there is a challenge, and for every challenge, can also view that challenge as an opportunity for policy making and for society as a whole. So a huge challenge which older people face is that they run the risk of stunting their internet literacy in their efforts to avoid doing anything wrong or unsafe online. As I have mentioned, they were always adopting the if in doubt, avoid approach, which meant that they were very conscious of not doing anything wrong or unsafe online, but it also meant that they were not willing to explore. They were not making the best possible use of what technology has to offer to them through the internet. And I think here's an opportunity to meet this challenge. We often have workshops organized by libraries in the city, and city councils often organize sessions. In cities like York, there is something called 100% digital. There is 100% digital Leeds, 100% digital York that helps to promote the IT literacy among citizens. And I think workshops organized by these kind of stakeholders should help older people strike a better balance between being right and being open to use the internet. Currently, older people seemed they are a bit too fearful about doing anything wrong or unsafe online. The next implication is about access to appropriate training. A common complaint from the participants was that the provided classes were either too advanced or too easy for them, and they could not find the right fit in terms of meeting their training needs. And again, I think this is where one-to-one coaching about how to use internet could be a way forward. And also we could promote more intergenerational dialogues with younger family members talking to the older people about how to use technology, how to use the tablet, how to use iPhone. I think that kind of intergenerational exchanges, conversations will really play a part in terms of bridging this digital divide. Another point which emerged quite prominently from the data is about social media resistance, because we found that social media failed to inspire confidence among most of the older participants. Which means that if companies such as Facebook have to bring older people on board, they need to rethink their strategy. Because sometimes it is important for older people to have access to social media. For example, NHS, on its Facebook page, it was sharing updates about COVID. So if older people were using Facebook, they could have used Facebook to get those information. So once in a while, I wouldn't say that social media is all gloom and doom. Social media has its strengths as well. And older people, if they're on social media, it could become one more avenue for health organizations to reach older people in times of need. And the final point is about fact-checking websites. There are a lot of fact-checking websites like snoops.com and factcheck.org. In fact, during the pandemic, the World Health Organization maintained, within their website, they maintained a Mythbuster website where they were dealing with different misinformation and fake news and were trying to debunk them. We realized that several participants actually doubted the authenticity of fact-checking websites. Many of them were kind of suspicious about fact-checking websites and almost treated a fact-checking website as if they were propagating misinformation. That's where the implication is that fact-checking websites should be designed and promoted more strategically. Their design should inspire confidence, and they should be also promoted to the right people, because there is no point in preaching to the converted, because those who are tech savvy probably wouldn't need a fact-checking website, whereas those who are not tech savvy, they are the people for whom a fact-checking website is going to be really useful. But we found out that many of the older people were not even aware of fact-checking websites and were not really keen to engage with them. So I have just given quite a few examples of how different stakeholders can do a little bit more to help older people. And the conclusion that I think is a takeaway message from this presentation is that society as a whole can do just a little bit more to better support older people in achieving their full potential in using the internet. If we can do that much better in terms of supporting older people, making them feel more comfortable, more confident in using technology, then the cyberspace will be a better place and the online community will be much more inclusive with the older engaging with the youth and vice versa. On a final note, I would like to thank my research team at York and also the British Academy, which funded this project. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have our next speaker, Margaret Crow, who's going to be presenting now. And we'll save the questions for the end.
So good afternoon, and this is probably a good segue into this digital literacy piece because you'll see me on two screens. My computer camera's not working, so I'm on my phone, but I'll be able to share my screen with you all today. But I'm Dr. Margie Crow. I'm from South College. I live outside of Washington, D.C. to kind of give you a bit of context of what I'm going to be talking about today. I want to say thank you. I can't see who's in the audience, but assuming there's some of you there, and I just want to show my gratitude for coming here today and sharing this space with us and for the honor to be here with all of you at Oxford. And what I will be speaking about today is what I call a systemic failure socially here in the US. So between tech literacy and post-traditional student persistence in higher education. And to give you a bit of background about this, here we consider adult learners post-traditional learners. So these are going to be adults that are over the age of 25, that have full-time jobs, that may or may not be digital natives, may or may not be digital immigrants. It's a mix of students from maybe 25 to 80 years old that are in higher education at very much higher rates than we've ever seen before. We do know that there's a lot of best practices and strategies out there for our K-12 students, which are our students that are, from 5 years old through 18 in our high school system. But then oftentimes there's this gap between that primary education level and then when they come into higher education. And so we know that they need different types of supports and strategies to help them achieve their post-graduation goals. But what we've been finding over time, as I've been teaching in the higher education and teaching undergraduate students, that there seems to be in the disaggregate, right? So we can look at all these strategies and supports that we know adult learners need, but one in particular keeps coming up, which is this tech literacy deficit that we're seeing about being able to truly access the technology and therefore able to go into career fields, which we now know 90% of them here in the US require some sort of basic tech literacy skills. And so where is that all going to happen? If it didn't happen at the primary school level, it's not necessarily built into higher education, but it's certainly where we want to help and support them along the way. Adding to that is how are we going to grow STEM career fields and other career fields here and globally that require students or have our adult learners needing these basic tech literacy skills, just the basic skills to be able to do their jobs. Okay, so the way I kind of present, for those of you that maybe have been to some conferences where there's unconferences, is that I love to have audience feedback, and I know we have a Q&A at the end, but I'm always very open to people unmiking and sharing their experiences and their observations along the way, because I consider these learning opportunities for all of us. And it's through this collaboration that we can kind of maybe start to make some headway and definitely some grounded theory on how to best support our students. So my observations are based on, over 25 years of working in bringing in leaders and adult learners into STEM career fields. So I spent 20 years in the US Air Force doing this specifically, and then now doing this in higher education and creating curriculum and faculty development. One second while I move my course there. Sorry, I'm working on two screens here, so I appreciate your patience with me. So adult learner characteristics. So we used to call these non-traditional students, but now literature has changed and we now identify them as post-traditional students, and they have a very specific characteristic. And I want to just share with you what that landscape looks like. Okay, so they're usually over the age of 25. They have caregiver responsibilities, part-time or full-time jobs, sometimes 2 jobs, and they're going to school full-time. Our undergraduates here in the US, 60% of them are considered post-traditional students. So this is quite a shift from, you know, the era that I came in, where most of our undergraduates were traditional students. Even our graduate students are considered post-traditional because most of them are going to be over that age of 25 when they go through their graduate work, and they're going to have the same competing requirements. Most of them are full-time working while they're in full-time graduate school. So also, when we're looking at all of this in the aggregate, we realize that student learners have changed. So whether it's our traditional learners or if it's our adult learners, that their persistence models show that they seek to persist. So a lot of them are no longer coming into higher education with this quest for knowledge and higher level learning. It really is how they can connect their course content to their post-graduation goals. So this persistence model, we know from Dr. Vincent Tinto, has shifted to show that they seek to persist, not just to be retained in their coursework. And with that means that we have to provide supports for them in this digital era. So there's a lot of barriers to education for them, to including tuition cost, enough time to complete their studies, the things we talked about already in terms of you know, all their responsibilities. But on top of it, we are finding that there is this digital literacy, or what we call tech literacy issues here, of just not having the skill sets in order to be able to access the curriculum. And so many students are online. And then post-graduation, 90% of the jobs here in the US that are currently available require some sort of basic tech literacy skills. So with that, we have also seen in some recent studies that of the 90% of those jobs that are out there, we only have 40% of our adult learner population that actually possesses those basic skills. So we see that there's this big disconnect between the jobs that are out there, the tech literacy that's required to get through their higher education programs, and then what is waiting on the other side of that, with only 40% of them having those basic skills. So we know that this causes a ripple effect from coming into higher education to the employers that they're going to have afterwards. And you know, what do we do with that? Because here it's what I would consider a systemic failure. So this gives you an idea of kind of where these basic skill sets are and where the deficits are. And these are for our adult learners in the US. So with that said, some of the things that we are doing at our institution to kind of address this, because we recognize that we can't go back into when people had their K-12 education and build in all this digital literacy. For a while, we were thinking that it was really a digital native versus a digital immigrant issue where, okay, maybe we're fine once our digital immigrants kind of move out of the higher education system and our digital natives come in and they know how to use the technology, but that isn't showing to be true. So even with our undergraduate students, we're starting them out with a tech literacy just survey in the first few days in one of their courses, and it gives the instructors the opportunity to look to see where students can self-identify that I do not know how to use Microsoft Office. I don't know how to use my learning management system. I've mostly operated off my cell phone to do my schoolwork, and it gives those instructors an idea of where the tech literacy skills are for these particular students coming in at the undergraduate level. And then their charge is to reach out and collaborate with these students and show them all the supports that we have available to them to help increase that tech literacy skill. So this is one place that's doing it, but we know this is a much bigger issue nationally for us, as most of our adult learners don't even have the basic skills to do this. So this is why I was really keen to be here with all of you today and in this particular forum, because we recognize that this is probably more of a global issue, that it's likely not just a US issue. It's not going to just be our undergraduates. The access to technology, like the speaker before me, we know that accessibility is an issue, and it's not just a US issue. It's not just a higher education issue, but I'm coming from the standpoint of, okay, well, we start where we stand. So where's our sphere of influence and what can we do? So within my role at the college that I work at, I'm trying to work with that tech literacy, digital literacy piece to kind of build that into our undergraduate level. We're also building it in with supports for our faculty and staff at the institution, so they feel like they have the skills to also support our students. And it's this ongoing process and journey, and why I wanted to be here with all of you today, because I would love to hear your experience. What I know what it was like for me when I was in the military and trying to bring in students at that time into STEM career fields who didn't have the digital literacy even then, and knowing what we had to do to grow that through our higher education institutions for the military, seeing it on the civilian side now and seeing that's also a continued struggle. And we know our STEM career fields are historically understaffed. And so we need to kind of look at this entire ecosystem of how we create this digital literacy from childhood all the way through what the previous speaker was speaking about with our elderly. So this is very much a global issue to look at. It's along with the higher education challenges that I face in my job. So with that, I would love to hear comments or hear experiences. And the former speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. I'm having tech issues here because clearly I'm a digital immigrant that's fumbling with my technology as well all the time. But I think our topics very much overlap and mirror each other, and just really enjoyed your presentation.
Yeah, same here, and don't worry about my name.
So I don't know if we are ready for the Q&A, or I'm very much an on-conference person, so I love to collaborate and just hear everybody.
Yes, we have a comment here.
Yeah, well, it's basically a question of how to disentangle skills, because my name is Søren Skarp, I'm from Denmark, and one of the things I can see from my own work is that skills are based on skills. So if your reading and writing skills are poor, then that's an obstacle for acquiring many basic digital skills. So there's a number of things that sort of are intertwined. So that's one thing, how to disentangle what's actually the digital element in this.
Right. And
the other thing is that basic digital skills is a moving target. And so how do we pin it down? Can we pin it down? Can we abstract it to some level where it's not as dynamic? Is there some basic things you need to learn that sort of can help you learn other things? And maybe that's what we should focus on. I was thinking about your example with Microsoft Word, for instance. Like, I can see with some of my students at the university that they can use Word, but they don't use Word. I mean, it's like the basic concept of a document, of sort of structure of a document. They don't have the basic concept, so they may be able to sort of press the buttons, but they don't really know what they're doing. Sorry, that was several questions in one.
No, but no, that's exactly the observations that I've been having as well, because I started as an instructor for those that very first, we call it college management course, right? So this is the basic skills we hope that they have so they can get through their first year and persist and move on. And as I taught the course and then took over the course and rewrote the course and then moved into other positions, I'm still studying it and watching it. We do a metacognition survey at the beginning and the end of that course to see if these supports that we put in, which is the digital literacy piece, we put in some support because we know a lot of our students here are coming in 3 and 4 years below level for English and math skills, where maybe 10, 15 years ago, it was remedial math and English, maybe somebody would have to take, but these huge gaps now in their education coming in. And so you're right, to how to disaggregate that and look at, okay, is it the English comp skills? Is it the basic level math skills? Is it the digital literacy piece of it? Is it all of it? And then how do we grow that? And how do we help them increase that? Because at the same time, they're struggling with wanting to persist, which is they they're wanting to just get to the end state, right? So they're just wanting to get to that degree. And so if I can't find a way to make them understand that these skills are important, they're not going to really engage in them. And we're finding that when they do drop out and when they leave, it's not because they can't do the work, it's because they don't do the work. So our metacognition surveys that we're doing that we were kind of hoping would show us how to pinpoint exactly what you're talking about, which one of these things do we target? What it's showing us instead is that they're leaving because of procrastination and task avoidance. So then I added a component to that survey of, okay, why? Why are you going? Because I was hoping to see it's because I don't feel like I have strength in my writing skills. It's because I'm struggling with the LMS system, and literally Microsoft Word sometimes is the thing that stops them from finishing the course, being able to upload the document, being able to save the document as I used to get blank documents back. I created templates. I thought, well, let me create templates because maybe it's just creating the document that's stopping them. And then they would upload the blank document. So it's that piece of it. And then they just kind of shut down. And so we are struggling just to look at this, so much so that's become part of our 5-year strategic study that we do at our institution for reaccreditation, is looking at this persistence piece. And we do have a lot of adult learners. So most of them are going to be adult learners. 80% of these students that are undergraduates are they're not quite digital immigrants, but they're kind of on that cusp of being natives and immigrants, and somewhere in between did not have the skills. So we've tried to also pair English Comp with this course and maybe have the same instructor teach both, because we know building that sense of community and trust may make them advocate a bit more. So I'm really interested to hear your experience too, because I feel like we are literally we needed to start doing some studies on this, because I don't think we have good data on what to do.
There's also another issue, that's the transferability of skills. Like if you're very good at Counter-Strike, that doesn't necessarily make you good at Excel. And so that's why I was talking about sort of, if there's something a level below the particular program or package that sort of can be used to build on. So when we talk basic digital skills, do we have to get below the level of Word or whatever program we're talking about? Because many people, it's very difficult in adult education, because you haven't had that long sort of period of just experimenting and coming across different technologies that you find out you can use for various purposes during your life. If you do that, you build up a sort of a basic sense of technology, I would say. It's not a skill, it's a sense. So you have some ways of navigating new programs and stuff. But if you don't have that, how do we teach it as a specific set of skills when we don't know what those skills are?
Right. I think that's part of the admissions process. Maybe there should be a screening tool to kind of assess that digital literacy, which is why we put it in the course for the instructors to see in the first 3 days, at least students that would self-identify. And we do it on a Likert scale, and that way they don't have to send an email, because some of it was embarrassment, like they didn't want to tell their instructors that they did not know how to use the technology. We do offer a course that's mandatory for our undergrads that's basic kind of computer literacy, but even that's difficult at times. So your idea to do something one level below that is probably a really great idea. Is this something you're thinking about doing a study on?
No, not really, because it's something that we in Denmark we were introducing at all levels of education. Okay. Computational skills. It's called computational skills, but it isn't really computational skills. It's sort of like a basic idea of what the digital is and does. Some of it is also aimed at sort of introducing them to sort of the underlying ideas of programming, but it's not the core of it. But it's very early days, and we really don't know how what effect it will have. We only know that in 10 years or so. Right. It takes a long time, yeah.
It does. So what are your observations on things that you think are working? Because I know some things are anecdotal, but I think we can kind of see them with our own eyes when we're trying different things with our students.
I don't know much about adult education. I do know that for some people they discover perhaps a little bit late in the but that's more for vocational training. I mean, they discover that they have reading and writing difficulties and that they have to address these issues before they can start teaching them how to use a sort of a complex machine with a complex interface, because they may understand. They may have, if you've been working in a sort of machine factory for a long time, you have a lot of understanding of materials and processes and sort of physical technology, but to translate that into the abstraction of computer-controlled machinery, it requires that you can read and write. So you have a solid amount of domain skills, but you don't have the sort of the understanding the abstraction. But that's but that's one thing. The other thing is that it's in adult education. As you're saying, they and especially of course in the U.S. it's a different issue in Scandinavia. But if their focus is very much on the degree and what they can use it for, then this should be part of the degree, so to speak. It should be part, because they can't use their degree if they don't have acquired these skills as well. So it should not be something outside the curriculum. It should be part of it, because that may motivate people more to actually do it. That's one idea.
No, absolutely. Building it within, and I think, there was a study I just saw where it was trying to correlate the education level with the basic tech literacy skills and where they would fall into the different job market for earning. And, as somebody who's done, like most of us are analysts, right? This scatter diagram was all over the place. I'm thinking, well, that doesn't help me at all, right? So that helps me not whatsoever to determine, okay, if this person has this level of education, they're going to earn this. And, it's so disjointed that it's hard to focus on where to help and where to start. But like you said, with the basic literacy skills and math skills, we do know that. So we do know that is proven in research over and over again. If students in that first year of post-high school, post-college for the UK, that first year, we know if they are getting like B or higher, so a higher passing grade in their English comp and their basic math class, that they're likely going to make it past the first year of university. So we know that they have to have those skills because those do carry across different areas and getting into those higher level tech skills. So here, even our certificate programs, which aren't full 4-year degrees or our 2-year degree programs, even if they're more what we consider gray collar positions where maybe they're a medical assistant, they're going to still need these basic tech skills from just the equipment they're using. And so how to build that in and how to help them when they've spent the first 25 years or so without having those basic digital literacy skills is the struggle when you have such a short period of time, right? You're talking about 10 years of trying to grow these skills, and sometimes we have 1 year or 2 years at the university level to help them with that.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, I also have a question for the first speaker. If he's still around. Are you there?
Yes, I'm still around.
Okay. My question is, what is it that's so special with the elderly? Now, it sounds like a strange question, but there's sort of 3 ways of looking at age. That's probably more, but I usually see 3 ways. One is generation. That is, we have a generation that has not been exposed to technology as much as younger people, and they usually come from a time when the sort of the general level of education in society was lower, so they're less educated, and they have been less exposed to technology. But that's a generational issue. If that was the only issue, it will go away, basically. The second issue is age, biological. If there's some component, we are slower learners when we get older. I think there's a lot of recent research that shows that's not true, but that at least is part of the discourse. And the final thing is life phase. So people have different priorities and different needs and different phases of life. And they also, once you leave the labor market, your network shrinks. and and your exposure to new technologies, whatever level that have been, will also be less. And that will never go away. So when I get old and gray, there will be technologies that I simply give up on. Also because, I mentioned this with priorities, I interviewed this guy who was about, I think he was 81, and he was actually an engineer and worked in engineering his whole life. But this whole digital stuff, he didn't have time for it because now he had time to fish. And it was a lot more important. For him, it was a matter of priorities, basically. And it may not, you may not have the same needs. So my question really is, what is it that makes the elderly so, many of the things you observed, don't you think you could have observed them with the younger people as well?
I think what makes them special, one of the key facets when it comes to the elderly and technology use is the resistance to change and just the lack of confidence. It's almost like an inherent belief that they are too old to learn and technology is too complex to use. I think that's the kind of a mindset which so is very common among the elderly, but that is not prevalent among the younger generation. And I would say that makes a huge difference. Just that mentality that I'm too old to learn and our technology is too complex to use. Because that creates that resistance to change, which means that if I have to bring that older people on board in terms of using technology, embracing technology more wholeheartedly, one has to try that much harder in terms of persuading them and to, and if the example which you gave about that fishing is more important than digital using technology, so that's absolutely fine. But the thing is that I think the society is moving at such a rapid pace that there are certain aspects of life which requires technology. For example, banking sector. These days, if you can't have an online banking, if you can't use online banking, it makes it very difficult for banks to engage with older customers. So I think there is a limit to how much technology an older person has to engage with. Of course, there are priorities, and fishing could be much more important than using technology just for the sake of it. But at the same time, it is important for older people to engage with technology that are meaningful, that are going to be helpful in their life. And I just gave the example of banking. So I think banking organizations have their task cut out in terms of bringing their older customers on board. And this is, again, a skill which surely the older people needs to kind of master. Even though if they don't master, at least they should be kind of familiar with and fairly confident in using technology. And I think what sometimes prevents them is the data which we collected is just that the lack of confidence. They feel that this is just too complicated and they will be struggling. And when we looked at the ways in which people use technology, we found that some were like quite good in terms of navigating through the challenges, while others would like go down the wrong path. For example, they would trust a dubious website or even end up sharing it with somebody on WhatsApp. And some others were kind of willing to give up. As soon as they hit a roadblock, they were like, what am I doing? This is just getting too frustrating for me, and they would give up. While some were actually quite patient in terms of they would hit a roadblock, they would realize, okay, this is something which I'm doing incorrectly, and they would restart the process. And I feel like these are the kind of older people who are willing to learn. And I think it's important that we move towards an inclusive community where we kind of empower older people to go down this route where they are willing to accept that, yes, they are not too old to learn. And yes, they will make mistakes once in a while, but it's not just about giving up as soon as you hit a roadblock, but it's about learning what you can do better and then starting that process all over again. I think that might help. And yeah, so does that answer your question?
Yes, I think to some extent. I think it's true that I think older people, they maybe sort of hesitant for learning new things, not necessarily because they can't, but because they haven't had to for a long time. Usually once you enter the labor market and once you find your vocation, you learn by doing most of the time. I mean, many people, if they're not in sort of higher education jobs, they more or less learn by doing, and they learn gradually. But this is a new experience. It's a new way of learning, basically, for many of them. But you can see that in the younger people as well. If they are exposed to something that is sort of, where they can't sort of build on something they already know, they can also be very reluctant. And what happens once you leave the labor market, you actually can say no. I mean, if you're in a job, you have to learn the new stuff or leave. So it's also a freedom you get when you get old. I can see that from many of the elderly people I've interviewed. They find a freedom, and I find that all this technology stuff sort of encroaches on that freedom to basically say, no, I'm done with that now. And I understand the necessity. Of course, as a society, we can be better at making things more accessible for elderly people as well, for anybody, as some of your examples show. There was a Danish bank that made a special version of their mobile banking system for the elderly, which turns out to be a big hit with the young people, because basically 80% of what a mobile banking platform can, nobody ever uses, or very few people use, and then they use a small sliver all the time, so the other stuff gets in the way. So it's a basic, I think it's a, designing for everybody is a because there's this danger if you focus on the elderly too much. You forget all the other people that have similar or other issues that reflect their position in life, their level of education, their exposure to technology, their resources. It's not that I don't think you should look at the elderly, that's fine. I've done that myself, but sometimes there are lessons to be learned from the elderly that we can take into the rest of society as well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think what my research kind of showed is that there are things that even the youth can sometimes learn from the elderly in terms of technology use, and so of course the older people can learn from the youth. So it could be like an intergenerational discourse, which I think is really very important. And of course, there is no point in focusing, I mean, in terms of website design and usability, there is no point focusing only on elderly. It's important to focus on everybody in general, but then it has to be designed in such a way that it should be usable to the elderly as well. And I think what we found from our research is, I didn't really go into this finding, but the literature shows that people can be very easily deceived by hoaxes. And in our study, we actually, during that online navigation, we exposed participants to some news which were fake. I mean, we knew that they were verified as false, and we asked them to kind of process them and talk us through their experiences. And we found that older people, contrary to the literature and contrary to assumptions, they were not really getting deceived by hoaxes. They were really very cautious. They always took information with a pinch of salt. And it could be because we were interviewing the so-called tech-savvy older people because they were using the internet. But we thought that this could be really an interesting lesson that the youth could take a leaf out of their book in terms of not being deceived. Because I think, of course, the reason why they were not getting deceived is that they adopted this if in doubt, avoid approach. As soon as they found anything suspicious, they were just willing to avoid. Whereas youth, sometimes they don't take information with a pinch of salt to this much extent, and that's why they can be deceived. So I think what will be really helpful is if there is a family where with 3 generations, if the grandmother is talking to the grandchildren about their experiences and their challenges, digital challenges and their coping strategies, and if the grandmother is sharing their experiences with the grandchildren, I think that's when we will have a not completely, but a greater inclusive online community.
Thank you so much. If there are any other questions, Okay, I don't think so. Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee, for your presentation, and Dr. Crow. And with that, we'll end the session here.
Hey, thank you so much for your time,
Thank you.
for letting
you
us
so much.
share with you today.